Hello, Mr.
Hey,
Wagner.
there you are. Philip, how are you?
I'm very good, sir. How are you?
Good. Everything all right?
Yeah, just about. Yeah, busy week, but good. Um,
Good.
have you had a good week so far?
Yeah, so far it's been all right.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wagner, for wanting to speak with me and talk about Ray Austen. It is very much appreciated. Um, I wanted just to start by asking you, do you remember when you first met Ray? And do you remember sort of your earliest memories of working with him?
Well, I think I've worked with Ray more than any other director. We did a lot of work together, uh, with Lime Street, and I had such great affection for Ray, and we were so close and very good friends, and I miss him terribly. And he meant a great deal to me in my life. He was a real big factor in my career, and personally, we had a tremendous relationship. And as I said, I miss him very much, tremendously.
I think anybody that knew him always had fantastic things to say. He was well loved as a director, but also as a human being. And I
Yes.
just wanted to, um, why do you think that was? He was obviously a very good people person, but he knew how to make people feel important. I think he could make you feel that you were the most important person in. He sort of seemed to value people.
Well, as I said, I had great affection for him. We had wonderful times together, and a lot of humor. He had a terrific sense of humor, and we just I just enjoyed him so much. We got along really very well. I talked to him maybe two or three times a week, and I just he one of the most wonderful people I've ever known, personally and professionally. We got along tremendously. We did some good work together, and he was a tremendous contributor to the show and to my career, and I'll always be very grateful that he was in my life, and it was a real privilege for me. I miss him terribly, and what can I say? It's I'm just so fortunate that I had the opportunity to be part of his life, and he was a great part of mine. We went through some very difficult times together and some very wonderful, joyful times together. So, to have a friend like that is a very special gift, and I appreciated it very much.
I've done a huge number of these sort of interviews, and I must say that I had no greater affection than I had for Ray. He was unique and probably one of the most lovely people that I ever talked to. So I agree with how important he was just to me, and I didn't know him overly well, but he certainly made quite an impact in what I do as well.
Yes, I know he did. And he liked you very much. He thought you were a special kind of person. And he told me, when we did the other interview, when we did the interview all together, you remember?
Mm. Yeah, that
That
was a good
was
one.
fun. And
Yeah.
he liked you very much, Philip. And I think it's wonderful you're doing this tribute to him. He certainly deserves it. He was one of the most special people in the world, and very, very special to me.
Because he was
I miss
uh,
him.
yeah, there's I think about him all the time. So he was quite integral to Heart because of course it was the first series, so he was one of those directors that set the tone for the show. Would you say he was quite important to
Oh,
Heart?
absolutely. Oh, yeah. He brought a lot to the show, and lot of humor and a lot of suspense. He was a wonderful director, and he was very involved in story. You know, he loved story and back life, and gave everybody a lot of good adjustments as a director, particularly me. I loved working for him, and as I said, we did a lot of work together. And I worked with him, I think, more than any other director that I've ever been involved with.
Of course, he came from an action background with stunt work. So when it came to more action-orientated episodes of Heart to Heart, Passport to Murder had a lot of great action. So he was a very good action director, wasn't he? He was very good at handling that kind of stuff.
He was a wonderful action director, but he also we did a show together where I had a young boy involved in it, and who thought he was my son, and he had great empathy, tremendous empathy, and we did some good work together. And he recognized and always looked for some special key moment that could be involved with the character, to expose the character in a different way. And I had great affection for him, and I had great admiration for him, as I said. And I was very fortunate that he was in my life. Very.
Oh yeah, and I think he did say to me that he preferred the more dramatic episodes, as you mentioned, the Jonathan Hart Jr. episode, but also ones like Which Way Freeway. He likes the more sort of
Yes.
quirky character ones, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He always looked for that, and he looked for the humor. Always the humor, and tremendous. And as I've said quite a few times now, I'm so happy that I had the relationship I did with him. We had a tremendous lot of fun, and we did some good work. And what more can you ask for? But as a human being, he was my friend, and I loved him. I loved him.
Ray sent me a couple of photographs of you both together. One was you on a golf course together, and another one of you, Stephanie Powers, on the golf course. So I take it you occasionally got on the golf course with Ray and had some pleasant afternoons with him.
Yeah.
So when Ray was doing the original Heart to Hearts, he just came over from the UK, starting his career in the States. Did you get any sense that he was a bit kind of overwhelmed by it or apprehensive, or was he like a duck to water?
No, I didn't think he was overwhelmed by it at all. I think he just he loved it. He loved the business. He loved directing, and you know, we were hot. You know, we were on fire, and to have him come into it and bring his humor and his empathy to it was a big advantage for both of us.
And so after the he did a few episodes of the first series, and then didn't come back into Heart to Heart until 84, so a 5-year break between the two. And then of course you did Lime Street together. Did you notice him being a more confident director? Had he kind of grown as a director?
Oh, I never thought of that. Sorry, I just never thought of that. I mean, you know, I felt that I knew him, and he came back, and I wasn't looking for anything like that. No.
I suppose because you were constantly in contact with him, you didn't kind of notice probably any changes, because it's, you know, not seeing someone for 10 years and coming back into your life, so it sort of felt more natural, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was. No, I never thought of that. Anyway, Philip, I think I've told you about as much as I can tell you.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely fine. That's
how I
lovely.
felt about him. I just had the greatest respect for him, greatest affection for him. We had marvelous times together, and I miss him. But I was very happy that he was in my life. Believe me, it meant a great deal.
Well, that's
Okay.
lovely, Robert. Thank you very much.
You're
For
welcome,
doing
Philip,
that.
and
That's
thank
very
you.
kind
And
of you.
I'll be talking to you again.
I'll look forward to it.
Okay, you take care of yourself.
And you too, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask first, Lionel, how do you remember when you first met Ray, how he came into your life?
I was hired as a director of photography on a feature film. This was 1973. And I was living in the Johannesburg area at the time, actually in the city near Johannesburg. And I was called by a production company in Cape Town to come down and photograph a feature film. And was I available? So I said, yes, I was. I happened to be available at the time. And they said, right, it's about a 6 to 8 week shoot, and come on down. And it's a British director, which excited me no end. And I went down to Cape Town, and eventually I met Ray. So that's how I came into his life and he came into mine. We'd not known each other at all, but I knew the producers. There was an American producer by the name of Phil Krasny who was behind the movie. But the local production company in Cape Town, Capital Films, I had worked for them before, so they knew me. But that's how I met Ray.
Would you have seen the Avengers TV series? Would that been something that you would have watched?
I knew the Avengers, of course, and all the other shows that Ray had worked on, primarily as a stunt coordinator and as a stuntman, because up until this point he had not directed too much other television. That came after House of the Living Dead. You know, once that feature film was made, I'm not sure if it's because of his reputation on that or because of the success of the film. I have no idea. But Ray went on to direct a lot of television after that, as I think a lot of people know. And then when he eventually moved to the United States, he directed a lot of television here too. But I knew about his work on Black Beauty. I knew about his work as a stunt coordinator for the Avengers, The Saint, and others in the UK, which he did prior to coming out to South Africa. This feature film, I think, was his first really major opportunity to direct a large feature film. For him, it was a great opportunity as well. So yeah, and I met him, and it was wonderful. And he said, I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to bring out my own camera operator who I'm very familiar with. That was Robin Brown. And Robin had worked with Ray on Black Beauty, and I think other projects. So they knew one another. And of course, Ray worked very, very closely with the operator on all of his stuff. So he brought Robin out, and that was wonderful for me to work with Robin Brown, a top-notch camera operator from the UK. And Robin went on to work on many, many major movies, including, well, prior to that, he worked on things like The Battle of Britain, Fall of the Roman Empire, all sorts of really major, major titles. And after The House of the Living Dead, Robin went on to work with David Lean on a number of films. He worked for him on Passage to India. He worked on Gandhi for Richard Attenborough and all of that. So Robin was an absolutely top-notch technician. And unfortunately, Robin passed away, I think maybe 6 months ago now. No, less than that, just a few months ago. So he was the last of the big names involved in House of the Living Dead, and very, very sad when that happened, because Robin and I remained friends ever since we'd worked together. And we'd spent a lot of time. Whenever I was in the UK, I'd get a Pinewood or Shepperton or wherever he was working, and it was always marvelous to be around Robin. He was such a humble, sweet guy, and such an outstandingly good camera operator.
So how was it Ray in terms of a director? So he's fairly sort of sort of new to this. Did you find he sort of took like a duck to water?
Well, Ray was always, I'm sure he um was adept at adopting himself to any project that he was doing. I'm quite sure the same applied to his stunt work or his stunt coordination work, or his AD work, his assistant director work, which he did as well. So, I think directing came naturally to him. He was a presence on the set. He was totally in charge, and he had the personality. You wouldn't question him. He was in charge. When he walked onto the set, you knew Ray was the boss. Nevertheless, it was easy to communicate with him and to discuss shots. And we had a lot of very complex scenes in the House of the Living Dead, which took a lot of time to light and figure out and coordinate and choreograph and so on. And it was great working with him. Yeah, and I think everybody really liked working with him. The cast, the crew. It was a good experience. He didn't suffer fools very easily. Uh, at times he could be a little aggressive, not to his cast, but to members of the crew that who were lagging, or sometimes costumes were not quite right, or things to do with the set or special effects or whatever, and he would get a little irritated about that. But yeah, I mean, other than that, he was a good guy.
Hmm. And I wonder whether, because he came from that TV background, whether he was used to working very quickly, and that's why he might have got a bit frustrated with the
Yeah.
filmmaking process, because of course it's a much longer
Yes. Yeah.
process, isn't it? It does seem that he got on very well with his cast and crew, because he recast Mark Burns later on in a new Avengers that he did,
Yeah.
and he was quite eager although we weren't able to find him for the event we did, but he wanted to reconnect with Shirley Ann Field. So he seemed to be one of those people that people liked to work with, and he would keep people in mind and come back to them. So I think, would you be fair to say he was like an actor's director in that respect?
Yes. Yeah. I think he was. He certainly spent time with the cast, particularly with Shirley Ann Field on the film. At the time, she was a little nervous about doing the show, but he was a great comfort to her and guided her through the scenes that she had to do, and some of them were pretty challenging. Yes, so yeah, everybody liked him, and of course, when he came to the United States, he was equally at home here. And the method of working in England compared to Hollywood is very, very different. The tone, the mood on the set, is very different. The hierarchy is pretty much the same, but here in the United States, the director works more closely with the DP in terms of setting up shots. In the UK, it's the other way around. The director works very closely with the operator, in setting up angles and so on. And the DP then gets on with the lighting. Um, Whereas here it's a little differently. The director works more closely with the DP for some weird reason. That's just the way it's always been. And I'm talking about major Hollywood movies. I don't know if that's the case today. I think it is to some degree, but of course, filmmaking has become a worldwide industry now. It's not based in anywhere. This used to be the capital of the film industry. That's no longer the case. All you have to do is look at Netflix and Amazon, and we got films coming out of Chile and Peru and Nigeria and God knows all over the place. So which is wonderful.
So it being quite a relatively small film compared to, say, some big budget production,
Yeah.
it must have been
Oh
quite
yeah.
a close knit, quite
Yes.
sort of more intimacy, I guess, with that kind of sort of a smaller
Yes.
cast, a smaller crew.
Yes. Where the cost came in for House of the Living Dead were the time we had to create all our own special effects. We didn't have a budget for special effects. Basically, a lot of what we had to do was we had to create on set souls trapped in bell jars and things like that, which we did with smoke and lighting things like that. Today, of course, all of that would be CG. You would do that with computer graphics. We didn't have that kind of budget. We didn't have the kind of budget those days for physical special effects either. We had to do it ourselves, and that was marvelous. And of course, Robin was so skilled at being able to adapt the operating of the camera and the some of the complex coordinations that we had to do around object that had to, behave in a certain way, particularly in the lab sequences. A sequence in the lab where Mark Burns goes insane and starts smashing all these bell jars and souls escape, and we had to do it all ourselves, with light and smoke and mirrors.
Hmm. Did you find that Ray was very aware of the technical aspects of, say, for example, your job, and he would listen and
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
shape things based upon what other people thought?
Yes, Ray would he would say, "Look, this is what we're going to do," and he would leave me in terms of when it came to the lighting. He basically left me to it. I had a very, very good crew. I had an excellent gaffer. I had an excellent electrical crew. I had very, very good people working with me. So he would go away and he wouldn't interfere at all. Sometimes it would take hours to light a shot, and he just left me alone. When he would come on, he'd say, "You happy?" "Yes, we're happy." And then we would go. I mean, he wouldn't question anything. So. And of course, the answer always came in the dailies when we were looking at, or the rushes, if you like. And that's when he would enthuse. He'd say, "Oh, that's exactly what I wanted." He wouldn't tell you that on the set, but during the dailies, if he liked it, he would say so.
Was he directed back to do many takes, or in terms of coverage, what's to that?
Not he certainly wasn't a Stanley Kubrick with 75 takes in order to, it's just somebody picking up a cup of tea, which is what Stanley Kubrick would have done. No, Ray wasn't like that at all. I think the most amount of takes we ever had, or maybe 6 or 7 times, and even that, I think that was a lot.
Yeah. And do you recall if Ray was happy for the actors to improvise, or did he sort of want people to stick to the script? How kind of rigid was he? Do you recollect?
Minimal improvisation in terms of dialogue. In terms of blocking the action, well, yes, he was open to any suggestions that the actors might have.
And for those that are watching that perhaps might not know of House of Living Dead, or might not be, particularly interested in what it seems to be a horror picture, it's
Yeah.
not that at all. I think as we discovered, it's what I didn't know much about it before Ray suggested we talk about it, but it's actually more of a supernatural thriller that it was called Shadows Over Bridge Place originally when
Yeah.
you guys were filming it.
That was the working title. Yeah.
And then, of course, because it was you had all the zombie craze in the mid-70s, it became
Yeah.
House of the Living Dead or Curse of the Dead in some territories. So it kind of
Mhm.
was, people probably went to see the film and probably may have felt, "Oh, I'm not sure this is what I expected." Hopefully they went away thinking they got something still very enjoyable. But so
Yeah.
if people are watching and they don't like horror, don't worry, it's not that at all. It's actually quite interesting psychological thriller, I think. Were you both happy with the film, the way it turned out? Was Ray happy with the production?
To the most extent, I think yes. There was a slight glitch in the story, which needed fixing as we were moving along. I remember there was one particular day where there was a sequence of Mark Burns, and he had to come down wearing this boot, which basically was supposedly he had to wear because he had a cloven foot. And he was the baddie in the movie, and he suddenly said, "Ray, this doesn't make sense," because he was playing two characters, if you like, and he said, we're not connecting the dots terribly well, and we all went away to have a big think about that, and it's a bit of a problem because I'm not sure whether that we entirely solved the issue. I don't recall. But when I watched the movie not so long ago, it seemed to work and it seemed to play. And I wasn't aware of any story glitches. I didn't have any, in terms of story structure and where the plot was going. It seemed to unfold. But while we were doing it, we were aware of that. And I think they did a lot of work in the editing bay afterwards in order to fix that. But it all worked out.
Hmm. And so do you have any, as you wrap up, any sort of favorite memories of working with Ray on the film? Any particular scenes or just funny anecdotes that happened to our filming?
You know, we're talking about a film that was made nearly 52 years ago.
Well, yes.
It's a long, long time ago.
It is, yes. Yeah.
It's a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so much water under the bridge between then and now.
Yeah.
So I don't recall everything. On the whole, it was a taxing experience because we worked long, long hours. And I think we worked 6 days a week, if I remember correctly. And it was a pleasurable experience, but it was really we all worked extremely hard. It was a very, very tiring experience. Came the end of the day, once we had broken for the day, we wrapped shooting for the day, and then went to the studio to watch dailies or rushes, if you like. The minute when that was done, we were all done, and we crashed. We went to bed because we were all exhausted. And then the call the next morning was early. I mean, I think we were on set, and we were all living in the city, and the location was in this amazing house out in the suburbs. So we had to get there. So in order to get there by 7 o'clock, we all had to leave we all met. I think at one of the hotels in the city where most of the people were staying. And so it was a long day. You'd get up at 5 in the morning, meet everyone at 6 o'clock, take the transport at 6:30, get on set at 7, and by 7:15 the generator was running, the coffee was hot, and we'd shoot. The first take would be in the can by 8 o'clock.
One thing that always strikes me with Ray is that the energy the man had. So we were doing events when he was in his 88, 89,
Yeah,
and sharp as a knife, very,
yeah, yeah.
we're talking enthusiastically for hours, and I'm guessing it was
Mm,
quite a sort of a presence on the set back in the 70s.
yes, he was. Yeah. Um, but once once the action had been blocked, he did a run through, and there's the scene, there's the script, and Ray would say, right, let's do a rehearsal, and they would do that, and then we'd block the action, and then he'd say, right, now let's do a camera rehearsal. This is what we're going to. This is how we're going to photograph it. And then Robin and I would get together with the gaffer and Ray and the stand-ins, and then figure out how we're going to photograph the action that's just been blocked. And then Ray would go away and leave us completely alone. And so we would do what had to be done. And, when the time was right, we'd give him a call. He'd come on set, take a quick look, and said, okay, let's do it. Yeah, no nonsense, no wafting about, no long delays, and not going away to think about things for a long time. Ray was on it all the time. It was, like that.
So his preparation must have been quite extensive, it sounds like, because he came on there knowing exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And when you come from the background that he had, I mean, Ray worked as an extra, for example, on pictures like Spartacus, and he worked as an extra on Cleopatra, and these are enormous movies. You don't waste time. You just get in there and you do it. And that's his background.
Yeah.
And of course the Avengers, as we know, was wonderful training ground for him.
Absolutely. Did you ever meet Ray after the movie, or did you pass ever across socially or anything like that? Or
The only time I had any dealings with Ray again after that, there was one opportunity where I spoke to him when he was here in the States. We talked. We didn't meet personally. We spoke on the phone. But then the last time was when we did the Zoom with you. And when was that? What was that, about a year ago?
yeah, that was September last. Oh, I lose sense of what time goes so fast these days, isn't it?
Mm.
September 22, I think it would have been.
Really, as long ago as that? My goodness.
Yes, because yes, because Ray died May last year.
Yeah.
So I think it was our penultimate event that Ray and I did. We did get to do just one more. We had plans to do lots of other things, and I did 11 events with Ray in total. so I got to know him quite well, and he was one of the first people that I spoke to when I started these events. So if he hadn't been around, would I be talking to you tonight and still doing them? Possibly not. So I've got an awful lot personally to thank Ray for,
Yeah.
in addition to the nice friendship that we had. Is there any final comments you'd like to make, Lionel, before we wrap up? Any lasting thoughts?
I mean, it was a wonderful experience, and I'm very, very glad that it happened. It was early in my career. So for me, it was a major production, and I value that experience very much, and I value the experience of having worked with Ray, and of course the opportunity of having worked with Robin, and because Robin and I, as I said to you earlier, we became extremely good friends, and we saw each other regularly in Africa, in the UK, here in the States. He was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful guy, and I'm quite sure that Robin would have stories to tell you about Ray, because he worked with Ray on Black Beauty on a number of, I think most of the episodes Ray directed on the Black Beauty series, which Robin was the operator on. But yeah, it was just a wonderful opportunity. Of course, 1973 was a long, long time ago, but Ray worked non-stop after that, and I followed his career very carefully. I watched all of his, not all, but certainly most of his productions after that, and I was always amazed at how prolific he was. Always working, always busy, doing, television here, there, and everywhere. He just non-stop.
Yeah, and then it was New Avengers, an episode called Target, that got the attention of American producers. They'd seen it on TV in the States and thought, "Well, this is really well directed. Who did this?"
Yeah.
And then they signed him up for, I think his first contract was 26 hours or 13 hours of television. And you don't get that as a new director. That's very
Yeah.
unheard of. And of course, he leaped at the opportunity, and relocating yourself, to the States takes some character, so
It does indeed. I worked with Patrick McNee, who was in the first Avengers series, and he and I shared stories about Ray. Worked on a film with Patrick called Waxwork,
yeah.
1987 or 1988, I forget the year. And of course, he had wonderful stories to tell me about Ray, to do with the Avengers.
And anything you want to share with us, or anything
Nothing that I can recall in particularly, other than the fact that Ray was just, he would walk on set, and when he was a stunt guy, and a double, and all of those things, no challenge would thwart him, and he accepted whatever they threw at him, jumping off roofs and jumping onto moving carriages and flashing knives around. He would do it all, no fear. He would just get in there and do it.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to a stunt reel that Ray sent me, and it shows him a bit in Spartacus. There's these flaming
Yes.
sort of, and he's he's jumping under, going under them, and
Yes.
I think you've got to be a little bit insane to do, not that Ray was, but
I
you've got to
think
be
all of these
fearless.
stunt people are insane. It was the thing that they do.
Yeah, exactly.
And in Spartacus, of course, that sequence that you're talking about, that was shot in Spain. The battle, that's where with the rolling flames.
Yes, yeah.
Got in Spain, and goodness me, there's no there's no CG there. All that is absolutely real. So when those flaming things go rolling over those guys, including Ray Austin, it's real.
Yeah. And of course, he did North by Northwest. He did a little bit in
Martin
that.
Landau. No, Martin Landau's double. I think he was in Spartacus, wasn't he? I think, if I remember.
I think Ray might have done something hanging off the Mount Rushmore bits.
Yeah, Mount Rushmore. Yes.
So,
Yeah.
but no one could have a better career, if they tried, and of course, so many feathers to his bow, and it was so nice to get you both back together, and you bounced off each other brilliantly, I thought, in the event we did. So I'm very glad we got the opportunity to do.
Yeah. Yeah, good old Ray. When I think about House of the Living Dead, all of those people are gone. They're all gone. And when we lost Robin a few months ago, that was, for me, that was like the end of an era. Mark Burns is gone. Shirley Ann Field passed away, as you well know. So cast a lot of the crew members as well. And it's very, very sad. So it's great that you're doing this, and I appreciate you keeping Ray's memory alive and what he did and who he was.
Oh, thank you. And I do these events quite often for lots of other things, and Ray's name comes up surprisingly often, directly or indirectly. And I think, yeah, it's trying to keep the memories alive. And of course, he has such a legacy of work that will always be there. So you kind of have an immortality, I think, if you work in the film business, that most of us don't get to enjoy. So well, thank you very much, Lionel, for speaking to me. It's been real pleasure to see you again.
Of course. Well, thank you, Philip, and good luck, and thank you so much for doing this.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, Lionel.
Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, this is all going terribly well. Good evening, Philip.
Good evening. You well?
Yes, very, thanks.
Good. Well, thank you for wanting to talk to me about Ray for my tribute to him. It is very kind of you.
It's a pleasure. I'm not sure that I have an awful lot to contribute because our paths didn't cross that much, but they were important in my life.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So if I make a start, so can I just ask you how you first met Ray? When did you first encounter him?
Well, I first met Ray in the 70s. He was of course a stuntman on the Avengers, and so he was very friendly with Brian Clemens. And I first met Brian in I think 1975 when I did a thing called Thriller for ATV. I don't know if Ray was involved in any of that, but certainly during that time, I also went on to do a play of Brian Clemens called Edge of Darkness, which Ray came to see. And after I'd done Edge of Darkness, Brian wrote a one-woman play for me called Our Kid, which we rehearsed in Pinewood. It was all about Myra Hindley. It was a strange one-woman play. And Ray came to that. So Ray actually had seen quite a lot of my work. And after I'd done the one-woman play, Brian was then doing the New Avengers. And of course, by then, Ray had moved a long way away from his original career, which was as first an actor and then a stuntman, and was now a high-powered and rather important director. And there was an episode of the New Avengers called Medium Rare, which Dennis Spooner had written. And Dennis also had seen the one-woman play about Myra Hindley, and he said he thought that I should play the part of the medium, and Brian agreed. And so then they had to get it past Ray too, because Ray was the director. So this was the first time Ray had actually directed me. Ray said he was thrilled with the idea, and he helped choose the costume, which was glorious. And then that's when I discovered that he really was an actor's director. I think it was because he'd been an actor in his time. So he understood that I was, not surprisingly, quite nervous going in, because there was Patrick Woodley and Jonah Lumley and Gareth Hunt and all these people who were serious stars by then, particularly Pat and Joanna, of course. But they were just charming, and Ray was very good at easing the path, and all the way through it was a slightly tricky role, and he was just very gentle and gave excellent notes. He was a really first-rate director for actors. So some television directors, their main concern is the shot and the camera work, but the directors who've come up through the theatre or have been actors are very good at just gently nudging performances out of actors. I just loved it. It was one of the happiest jobs of my life, the New Avengers. And Ray and his first wife Yasuko lived in Windsor, and I live in Windsor, so our paths did cross a bit socially. And also I used to have wonderful days out with Brian Clemens where he'd go antique shopping, and he knew that I loved doing that too. So sometimes all of us would get together and go off and have little jollies around antique shops and lunches together. So I became quite friendly with them all, although not terribly close, but it was a very good, fun time. Ray had a great sense of humour. He was huge fun. And when our paths sort of drifted away from each other, but then in 19 I got married, and I just had a baby when I got a call absolutely out of the blue, because I hadn't seen Ray for years, saying that he got a part for me in this new show he was doing. It was called Lime Street, and it was actually an American show with Robert Wagner, and there was just one episode that was being shot over here, and he said, I'd like you to play a part in that. And I said, well, I can't, Ray, I've just had a baby. And he said, well, does that matter? I said, yeah, no, you know, there's a baby. She's 5 weeks old. I'm breastfeeding. I can't possibly drop everything. He said, of course you can. Babies are easy. You just put them in a drawer. Bring them along. So I went along to this nice part. It was all sort of around the Great Train Robbery. It was quite a nice part, but I was anxious, of course, about this child. But I had my own little Winnebago, and Ray organised that I could have that they'd pay for a nanny to look after the baby. I was allowed to have the baby every 4 hours to feed it, and they worked around it. It was really sweet. John Standing at the same time, his wife was also pregnant, so there was a lot of rushing about with mums feeding babies, and he was completely tolerant of all that. John was the lead in the show with Robert Wagner, so that was a very great experience, and I was terribly grateful, because when you've just had a child, of course, you think your career's come to an end, they're never going to work again. And it made me realize that there was no reason why children could stop you from having the career that you had before. So that was very good. That was very good for completely changing my mindset about being a mother with children. So, and in fact, my career really didn't stop or even falter at all when I had the first and the second child. But I think that's largely thanks to Ray, because he made me realize there's no reason why you have to stop.
Yeah, I imagine other directors might have thought it a problem, or may not
Oh
be
no, other
so
directors have said,
accommodating.
"Oh, you know, fair enough. You know, you can't possibly," because it cost them money. You know, they had to have a car around all the time, so that I could be taken to the baby or the baby to me for every 4 hours. And we did make life a bit difficult for him, but he wasn't at all fazed by that. No, he was a very generous director, loyal, but as was Brian Clemens. You know, when we were doing the new Avengers, there's an actors' retirement home called Denville Hall, and there were a lot of old actors in there whose careers Brian and Ray had seen, you know, in the old Ealing comedies, and they would go into Denville Hall and find people there and bring them out. We had 2 old actors, Mervyn Johns and Diana Churchill, came in and were part of my little meeting when I'm a medium and having a séance. So it was very sweet and generous. They were good and kind people.
And did you find that the way you say he was an actor's director, did he give you a lot of notes, or was he quite sort of?
He did give notes.
Yeah.
No, he did give notes. Well, he gave quite extensive notes while I was doing them playing the medium, because it was a comedy role, but we didn't want it to look as though I was being funny. It was terribly serious, and she was a fervent believer in these sounds that she was hearing. It turned out that she was a complete fraud, but you didn't know that, and she didn't think she was. But he was very good at making sure I didn't overplay the comedy or underplay the spookiness. I was very grateful for his help.
So, of course, a few years have gone by between the New Avengers and Lime Street. Do you notice any kind of progression in terms of Ray's confidence or directing style?
Oh, he just was completely secure by then. I mean, once he moved over to America, I think his career really took off. And I think in America, he was probably recognized more as a director. Over here, I suspect people still really thought of Ray as a stunt man and a fighter ranger and all those things that he did so well. But I think by the time that we got to Lime Street, he was a very well established and respected director. And I think that, you know, everybody knew he'd been a stunt man, but it was very much in his youth. Now he was a highly respected and working director in the States.
It must have been quite liberating for him to sort of, say, not have that baggage of of the stunt world, and you know, in the States, you say a director and very much respected, and sort of not that he wasn't respected over here, but just sort of you know, it was a career he could build up again, isn't it, from almost from the beginning, really.
Yes, I don't know how it was for Ray, really, moving over from his stunt work to being a serious and respected director. I think he started on second units, and quite quickly people realized that he could take charge and be a first unit director. And I mean, I don't know, honestly, I don't know enough about it, but all I do know is that he was a jolly good egg. I loved him. I loved the fun times that I had with him. And I mean, I was very fond of Yasuko. They, of course, got divorced in 1984. One of the things about the Lime Street job was that Robert Wagner had a daughter in it, played by a girl called Samantha Reed Smith, I think she was called. And she was young, and before she'd gone into Lime Street, she was famous because she had written a letter to Russia, to, I think it was the General Secretary of the Communist Party, called Yuri Andropov. And the letter was saying, you know, sort of, why can't we all be friends? Why do we all have to have this, be fighting? And she got a personal reply, and she was invited to go over to Russia, and she did. She went over. So she was quite a star in her own right. And just after we'd finished shooting our episode of Lime Street, when they flew back to America, I think they flew into Atlanta, and then she took a small plane back to wherever her home was, and the plane crashed, and Samantha died. And Robert Wagner was so distraught. He loved her so much that he said, we can't go on with this. So I think for Ray, that probably was quite a disappointment. I mean, and also he will have been very sad, the loss of Samantha, who was obviously quite a character.
I got the sense with Ray that he would you know, form good attachments with the cast and crew. So yes, I'm sure it's something that he felt very deeply. I know that when we did our event, he did express how, you know, it was quite raw for him even after all these years, really, what happened.
Yes, I think it was a great shock for everybody. And of course, they had planned for it to be a long-running series, which you hope to do 3 or 4 years. So there was the shock of not quite knowing what was coming next. But there also was this terrible loss in their lives, because I think they did 8 episodes, and so they got very fond of this little thing, and who was a character. And it was a real tragedy, and I'm sure deeply sad for Ray and all of them.
Ray always struck me as a man who had almost boundless energy, even in his 80s when I knew him. He a crystal clear mind, really sharp. I suppose it was like that when you knew him back in those, you know.
Oh gosh, yes, and when I did that little online thing with you, and I saw Ray, not having seen him for decades, I mean, he had boundless energy, didn't he? He was still very twinkly and fun, and obviously loving doing all the stuff that you did with him. No, he was an enthusiast. He was a lover of life.
And he was a very generous man as well. I mean, I think he's one of those people that makes you feel like you're the most important person.
Oh yes, he'd look into your eyes, and
yeah.
and he'd be concentrating on you. He's not one of those people who'd be looking over the shoulder to see if there's somebody more interesting in the room. No, he was a focused and caring and kind and lovely man, as well as being, I think, very gifted.
Because I suppose that the New Avengers, the role you had was quite an established show. It was quite high profile. Your career at that time, what you were still sort of building up, I take it, to.
Well, my career then was, I mean, which it's always been, was I'd go theatre, television, theatre, television, theatre, television. So it was a very, I mean, I'd done quite a lot of telly before I met this lot of these people, but this was class. I mean, I've really been a sitcom actress most of my life, because of, you know, Only Fools and Horses, playing Marlene. And before that, I'd popped into lots of situation comedy, Bless This House, and I mean, I can't name them all now, but mostly it was sitcom on television. So it was quite nice to get parts like this, like the one I mean, the first one, Thriller, for ATV. There was nothing funny about it at all. It was Brian wrote these stories, which were all had an American star or starlet in them, and the money was, a lot of it came from America. And I'm sure Ray will have worked on some of those ATV thrillers, but at that stage, I think perhaps his career, he was still being a stuntman rather than being behind the camera. But I don't know why I mentioned thriller really, because I'm not sure that Ray had anything to do with it.
I've had a little look. He certainly didn't direct it.
So he didn't have, because there were an awful lot of them. They were big budget, and I mean I hadn't done a lot of serious big budget that was aimed at both this and that side of the Atlantic, that was really, trying to hit the American market as much as the English market. But the New Avengers clearly was going to be international, and most of the stuff that I've done was very much for English audiences. This was, you had the feeling it was that bit bigger, and therefore that bit more scary, but that bit more important.
Yeah, I've just had a quick look at Thriller. Obviously, Brian Clemens wrote it, but and there's some crossovers of Laurie Johnson, but doing the music. But I mean, whether Ray might have been in the background somewhere, it's more than possible.
Yes, I don't know. The thing is, he was very close to Brian. A lot of what Brian Clemens did, Ray directed. So I thought he might, their association might have started as early as that, but I honestly don't know.
I mean, I know that when you came into the second series of the New Avengers, and Brian Clemens was very much involved in the professionals, to the point where the last 4 episodes that were shot in Canada, they pretty much handed it over to Ray to supervise. So they had that kind of trust in him that he was, coordinating what was quite a difficult thing, really.
Yes, the thing about the New Avengers was, I know that it was financially very tricky. I think it was a worrying time for all of them, because the financing, a lot of it came from France, and the French weren't awfully good at paying up. And I think, and also it wasn't handled very well over here. The New Avengers didn't have a permanent slot in each region. It was going out at different times of night, so it was difficult for the audience numbers to build up.
Yeah.
So I think it was a huge problem for them all, just the worry about the financing of it. But I think it was a good show. The combination of Patrick Macnee and Joanna Lumley I thought was terrific. And Gareth was perhaps, I think he'd been brought in because it might look a bit as though Pat Macnee and Joanna Lumley having a sort of flirty thing going on would look obscene because of the age gap. But in fact, it didn't look at all obscene, and they were very flirty, and it worked terribly well. So Gareth really wasn't needed for that. So Gareth was sort of the action man. But I mean, it had mixed reviews, the New Avengers, but I always loved them. I thought they were great shows.
Oh yeah, I think your episode in particular, although you say the behind the scenes issues are very much bubbling over at that point, I don't think it affects your episode. I think it's a very strong one, and
it's fun, isn't it? It's just, you don't know that there's this lovely little twist at the end. It's fun.
And so you were aware that something was going on behind the scenes a little bit.
Yes, yes, because by then Brian and Ray and all of us had become friends. I mean, not close friends, but we were friends. And they would talk about the problems, and afterwards, of course, when people were waiting to be paid, they were very good. They were always sending letters out to the cast and saying, "Sorry, it's a bit late, but it's coming. Trust us, the money's coming." But that was, I think, that was just a nuisance, really. That it was. That it wasn't nursed as kindly as it could be by anybody. And it's when you show them now, I think they stand up. They stand the test of time. They're still good, strong scripts.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was talking to the Canadian producers of one of the producers who's still with us, who did, because it was a Canadian French money wise, and the French producer was a gentleman called Rudy Rosti. And he brought the New Avengers into existence in the first place, but finances were sort of collapsing, and he sold the exclusive American TV rights to about 4 or 5 different companies. So when it all came out that this happened, the Canadian producers lost their company. They were all forced out because
Oh
So,
gosh.
so how the guy didn't end up in prison,
Oh, Philip,
I
I
have no
never heard
idea.
of that.
But
Crikey.
so there was an awful lot of stuff that was going on behind the scenes. But as you say, it's a
Well,
fantastic episode.
because Ray moved over to the States, our paths stopped crossing, and so but it was, I thought it was very nice that he and Wendy seemed to have a very strong and nice marriage, and he did seem to be happy, which is
Oh,
lovely.
yeah. It was always we did 11 events together, and sometimes we would talk in between things, and just sort of phone calls and that sort of thing. And Wendy was always around, and he was also always sort of so complimentary about her, and you could tell there was a really good relationship there.
A
And
really nice bond between them. Yes,
yeah,
and let's face it, that's a ripe old age, 90, isn't it?
well, yeah, we can't complain, can we? It's
No, no,
and
no.
to be that up as well at that point, it's we could all should be so lucky, really.
Yes, absolutely. So although he didn't play a very large part in my life, the part that he did play, I remember with great fondness.
Hmm. Yeah, and it was certainly a very important part of my life, because he was one of those people at the beginning that encouraged my events, and we probably wouldn't have talked together without Ray. So he sort of, that's partly why I wanted to do the event, was because he gave me so much. I kind of just wanted to sort of do a little thing for him, really.
Yes, well, I think I'm sure that it was you could see he was enjoying the one that I was part of, and I think he didn't like not working. He wanted to be busy, didn't he? So you helped him be busy, because I mean, I'm sure it's harder to get work as a director when you're in your 80s, because there are these young thrusting directors coming up. So to have something like that you were doing, I'm sure he will have found very very encouraging, and those nice lively things to look forward to.
Yeah, I think he was always very proud of his work. He wasn't full of himself or anything like that, but he was very proud, and he wanted to talk about. He realized how lucky he was, and all the breaks that he had, and the to go from Cary Grant's chauffeur to directing American television. He was very proud of that, and liked to talk about, and sort of just sort of share his experiences. He was always seemed very grateful of
Yes, no, that's
what
sweet, isn't it? And I think that the legacy that he has left behind is nice. It's a good body of work, isn't it? No,
Yeah.
I was sorry I was never in one of the professionals. I thought they were great fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Was there any final comments you'd like to make about Ray before we
I
stop?
wish I had more to say. Unfortunately, he didn't feature largely enough in my life for me to add anything, except that I think that Ray Austin was one of those really good eggs in life, very good at his job, and a very, very nice man.
Yeah, I'd echo that, and I've met so many lovely people doing these Zooms, but no one will beat Ray. Ray has a very
No, no,
special place in my heart.
I'm
Um,
sure
well,
he's up there.
oh yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Lovely. All right. Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope it all hangs together well.
I'll make sure I'll send you the final
That would
product.
be nice. Smashing. Thanks very much, Philip.
That's right.
Cheerio.
Take care, see.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Yeah. How are you doing?
All right.
Well, thank you, Cyd, for wanting to talk to me about Ray Austin for my event. It is very much appreciated. I wanted to just sort of begin with how Ray came into your life, first of all, because he was quite integral, instrumental to your career as a whole.
He was, yes. Well, what happened for me was I was putting out feelers to try and find out about getting into doing stunt work. And I came home, I think it was, yeah, I came home after doing a judo course I was on, and it was always a long-winded journey home. And I got in at 8:10 in the evening, and my mother was flapping about. She said, "You're too late, you're too late." I said, "Well, what am I too late for?" And she said, "Oh, this man rang and he said you've got to ring back by 8 o'clock." And I looked at my watch, it was 8:10. So I thought, well, I can't change anything. I'll just see if I can get him. She didn't know who it was or what it was about or anything. And when I rang, it was Ray. And he was still there. And he was looking for a double for Diana, because he'd been using Billy Wesley, and Billy got injured, so he needed somebody else. So he had a little chat, and asked me to come into the studio the next day to see if I would do. And then I had to meet Diana and stand next to her, and Ray and various other, official people walked around to see if I looked enough like her. And then Ray said, come on, let's take the car out. And we took the Lotus Elan out. It had 27 miles on the clock at that time. And we were buzzing up and down the M1 playing around with it. I thought this is totally surreal, really. And after that, it was like I was a kind of school, because he would call me in for work, and he would say, well, this is the story, here's the script, this is what we've got to do. I plan on doing this fight or whatever it was, and this is how you're going to do it. And he would teach me. In fact, he was the person who got me the name Cyd Child, because he was trying to register me, and he found out that there was another Christine Child, which was my original maiden name. And he suggested that we find another name that had started with the same initial. And he suggested Cyd, which I found a little bit difficult to get used to because it wasn't real, But he kept introducing me to people. This is Cyd, and everybody accepted it. And then it just seemed normal.
So because of course you were very much proficient in judo at the time. What's to your existing skills?
Well, I'd been doing judo quite a long time then, so I was quite happy with rough and tumble and falling about and doing throws and things. And he wanted to know, could I swim? Could I drive? He said, can you ride? And I said, well, no. And he said, well, you better go off and learn then. So I had to go off and learn. And most things, he would just, show me what he wanted. I got into trouble on one occasion because he was organising a fight, and I think he was trying to impress me with his judo knowledge. So he was saying, oh, Alf's going to do this and Frank's going to do that, and you're going to throw this man with Tai Toshi. And I thought, out of all this stuff, the one thing I do know is how to throw this man with Tai Toshi. So I did my best throw on this chap, and he lay there on the floor gasping, and everybody was like, stop, what are you doing? And he told me to throw him with Tai Toshi. And he said, yeah, but you don't throw him, you just get in position and he throws himself, which was something I didn't realize but learnt that day.
So he told you that the tricks of the trainers,
Yeah,
are how to sort of not quite follow through with certain things, and more sort of the pretend element of it, I suppose.
Yes, yeah.
I think was it? I believe it was Ray who wanted to have a female double for Diana, because it would have been quite unusual, wouldn't it, at that time? So he must have been quite sort of forward thinking in terms of
Well,
art.
He'd been using men, and you can get away with that with just a quick shot, but men don't actually walk the same as women, and they're a different shape, and their mannerisms are different. And he got me, and it worked out that I did actually manage to be quite a good double for Diana, and we could do more and more. One of the writers came up to me one day and said he was so pleased that they'd managed to find a girl to double for Diana, because now they could put more in. And we did more and more, as we got away with it, we'd do a little bit more.
Yeah. So Ray could very much guide how the scenes were in terms, because you could fit it to the fact that more stunt work. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he started with me. He was originally the stunt arranger, but then he started getting more and more work as the second unit director, doing all the action things. And obviously, he went on and became a first director as well.
And he would have directed you on the original Avengers, in All Down with Mirrors, for example. How did you find him as a director as an episodic director?
I was used to it because that was the kind of thing he'd been doing as a stunt arranger, because he would say what he wanted you to do, and it was the same as he was a director.
So it wasn't much of a leap in terms of from
No,
your,
if
your
Ray
point
told
of
me to
view.
do it, I had total faith in him and I would do it, you know.
And how do you found that he got on with the cast and crew? Ray was. So did you find he was very easy for people to work with on set?
So I never came across anybody who had anything against him doing any of the work that he did. I got on with him very well. I think he was good at all the things he did, and I think everybody else was the same, really.
Yeah, I think I've done quite a few events for, obviously with Ray, but also for his work. And when you're trying to get somebody like Sue Holderness, and you normally can't get somebody like that, but you mention Ray's name, or to Ian Ogilvy, who I've done a few Return of the Saints with since. I remember Ray, and they want to do it.
Yeah,
So of course he's stuck in their minds, and so that's of course a great tribute to him as well.
he was a very confident person, and quite outgoing in his manner, and he knew what he wanted, and what he wanted was always reasonable. He wasn't asking for anything you think, oh, I wish you hadn't asked for that. He was fine.
I think he did say the fact that he was obviously came from being well, initially Cary Grant's driver, and then of course stunt second unit, etc. And then suddenly he was directing productions, and some people were thinking of, does he belong here, sort of thing, because of course he didn't come from a traditional kind of director's background. So occasionally he has something to prove, but it doesn't sound like he ever kind of that phased him at all.
Well, you see, I only ever saw him in a stunt context, really. The only time I actually saw him very briefly as being the director with everything else around him, which didn't include stunts, was on the New Avengers when I was training. I'm going to call her Diana, Joanna Lumley and Gareth Hunt. They had to have fitness training, and we'd taken over the band room at Pinewood and put equipment in there, and they were having sessions every day. And I wanted to know how far he wanted me to go, because he'd said he wanted them to get fit. And I thought, well, there's fitness and there's fitness. What I'd been doing was training with the men in the Olympic team and in judo. And I didn't know whether what we'd been doing would be too much. So I went looking for him, and he was on one of the stages, and he was doing, well, what the heck was the name of it? Sean Connery was in it. It was a space age thing. And he was
Outlander, or
yes, Outlander. He was sitting in the director's chair, not far away from the camera, and everybody was buzzing about in the normal way that they do with the director. And I sort of went on the stage looking for him and went up and had to chat with him. And what he was doing was not action at that time, action, if you know what I mean. But everybody was quite comfortable going around their business and doing the normal things that they do. And I saw him in a different light then, because it was like talking to one of the directors that we'd had rather than Ray, you know, because Ray was always Ray to me. I never really thought of him as being anything else. Sorry,
and as you alluded to, you worked on the New Avengers together. Oh,
you just have moments when you freeze.
Yeah. I think we've got.
Are you coming back?
Yeah, I mean, we have got a bit of a dodgy connection, but we're still getting some good stuff. So when you came to New Avengers, did Ray bring you on to the New Avengers? Was it his idea to bring you on?
Yes, he did. Yes, he called me it worked out quite well. I just finished with the judo scene. I'd made a sort of promise to myself that if I managed to win the official women's Europeans, then I would retire. And that just happened. And then just shortly afterwards, I had a call from Ray saying, would I come along to Pinewood to see him regarding the new Avengers, which is what I did. And then he called me into his office and said, I'd quite like you to be the fight arranger. You know, how do you feel about it? And we went on from there.
And because of course it's a number of years between the original and the new Avengers.
Yeah,
Ray had obviously
7 years, wasn't it?
yes, at 7 years. Ray, of course, would have matured as a director at that time. Did you find that the episodes that he did, there was a more confidence, or he just felt, was it kind of same old Ray?
Well, it was always, it's Ray. You know, I didn't really worry about it too much, but I noticed that other people who were not linked to the stunt business were treating him with respect as the director, whereas he was always sort of like one of the stunt gang before.
And I think one of Ray's regrets was that he never did any slow motion fights. Like he was telling me that he would have liked to have seen slow karate and a bit more sort of like you might have seen some martial arts films. Do you think that would have worked well in the Avengers?
I don't know. I mean, I think with anything like that that's artistic that you do, when you've done it, you always think, oh well, I could have done that slightly differently. I could have changed this. I could have, you know, you have these thoughts. It may well have worked differently, but then you'd have had to change the whole thing of what you did.
And I think Ray's credited as bringing karate and things like it, sort of varied martial arts into TV. I don't think at that point there was that really used, certainly in UK TV.
No, I think you're right there.
So Ray, of course, I was just wondering because of course Linda Thorson was quite a green actress when she came into the Avengers, and also Joanna Lumley was more sort of known for modelling before then. How was Ray with actors that perhaps were not so experienced? Was he very good at taking them under their wing and making them feel comfortable?
Yes, he was. Yeah, and he always had an option up his sleeve that if that didn't work, we'd do it this way. You know, he would just change things as he went along. If it wasn't working well, or if the producer was looking a little bit unsure, he'd say, "Oh, we could do it this way." And sometimes we'd be on catch up because we didn't know that. You know, the rest of the stunt people, we'd worked it out one way, and he'd say, "Or." So you had to listen carefully to what he was saying because he was now giving you new directions.
Right. And of course, the relationship Ray had with Brian Clemens was very close to the point where the last few episodes of New Avengers were done in Canada. Ray went over to coordinate the productions where with Brian and Albert Fennell they were busy with setting up the professionals. So that's quite a amount of trust that he put into gave Ray you know on his episodes.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, they'd known each other for a very long time by then.
So of course, Ray then, around about the time of just after the New Avengers ended, America called for Ray. So I take it there was probably a long period where you didn't see each other.
That's right. Yeah, he went off to America, and we didn't see each other. He wasn't around anymore. He'd gone on to higher things.
And would it have been, say, the Chichester University event? Maybe that was the first time you saw him quite a while.
Yes, it was. Yeah, I hadn't seen him for a long time. It took me a moment to recognize him.
And that was the first time, of course, that I met Ray and yourself. Not quite obviously not realizing at the time how important you both would be to me in recent years, and to get to know both of you. And I remember Ray's panel that he did on the event, and it was a packed auditorium, everybody hanging on his every word.
Yeah,
It was quite a very, you know, he could command a crowd, couldn't he?
he could, yes, and he'd got all these stories about, you know, the things he'd got up to, which were always very interesting.
Mm.
I mean, sometimes I've heard them many times, but it's still interesting to listen to them.
Mm. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's always the way he told them, wasn't it? Really, even if you hadn't heard them before.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Um,
and sometimes a little bit extra would creep in. You think, oh, I hadn't heard that bit before.
yeah, yeah.
As he
Uh,
filled it out.
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I did 11 events with Ray, and I'm sure we must have been a lot of repetition here and there. But it never felt like it. There was always, as you say,
No,
another embellishment or another facet to that. So apart from Chichester, which what was it now? 13 years ago, I think it is. Did you see Ray at any time in between there until we did our Zoom together?
no, no, I didn't. I know that Joanna used to keep in touch with him. She used to email him, I think, probably once a week. But I think he was always too busy. I never really managed to keep in touch with him.
Oh, right, yeah. I'm sure Ray probably tried to get Joanna Lumley to do one of these, like yourself, and I know that Graham Clifford is trying to get her to do Sleeper with us as well, but of course she's just so busy, and you know,
Yes, she is. I've tried to get her
uh,
involved in several different things, and there's usually something. She'll say she's terribly sorry, but she's away doing the Spice Trail, you know, the documentaries that she does, or they've gone away as a family to wherever, you know. I mean, she'll always come back to me and you know, reply to anything I write to her, but she is a very busy person.
Oh yeah, yeah, and have the career that she's had is something that to be
Yeah.
admired, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
Well, yeah, and
Well,
she's such a nice person. Everybody wants her anyway.
yeah. Well, it won't stop us from trying. We'll keep trying to get
Keep
together.
trying, yeah.
Um,
And one day she'll surprise you and say yes.
oh yeah, yeah. You never know, do you? You never know.
No.
So of Ray's legacy because he's done so many cult cult TV, Return of the Saint, The Avengers, Professionals, The Saint. What do you think Ray's legacy is, and what do you think he brought to those programs?
I think he brought a whole new way of looking at things. Um, he was very good on the action, and would bring out things that other people hadn't thought of. I think he had a very strong imagination, which obviously went on for, you know, later in life. He was writing books, which I think were quite popular.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he had one out the year when he was unwell. I think he had one published then, and he might have even had knowing Ray, probably another couple, you know,
In the
in the works.
pipeline.
Probably,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I think what's remarkable about his career is to go from Cary Grant's chauffeur to um, stunts, directing, novelist, writing scripts for he did around Hopkirk. So
Mm.
and one of those people that was annoyingly talented, but you never wished him anything but
No,
success.
that's right. Yeah, and boundless energy.
Mm, yeah, yeah, and well, it's difficult to think of what the Avengers would be without him. You
It
know,
wouldn't be the same at
no,
all.
and
No.
even just from his pop-ups on screen as you know the milkman or whatever
Yeah,
character he was
yeah,
playing.
the bounty.
Mm, yeah, and finally, what did Ray mean to you?
Well, without Ray, I don't think I would have ever got into stunts, to be honest. And certainly he taught me what I knew, and introduced me to lots of interesting people. He was a bit like a sort of stunt guru for me, you know.
And do you have? Oh, sorry, Sid.
I was just going to say, you know, he always had some advice or suggestions. Yeah.
And do you have a favorite memory of Ray, one that springs to mind?
Well, I don't know if anybody else ever said it, but one of the sayings that he had when he was, you know, you'd be doing something, maybe you were driving or something or other like that, and you'd think, oh, you know, are they going to see it's a double? Because at that stage, we weren't supposed to admit that we did any doubling. You know, the actors did everything themselves. And he would say, no, you're fine. It could be a monkey smoking a pipe. It doesn't matter. You know, and it was always a monkey smoking a pipe. I thought, I can't actually imagine a monkey smoking a pipe. But there you go.
I don't think anybody said that to me, so that's a new one to me. Yeah.
He never said it to you. Oh, he was always saying that.
No,
No,
no.
you'll be fine in this. It could be a monkey smoking a pipe.
So that's a good phrase. A good phrase. Well, thank you, Cyd, for reminiscing about Ray's life, and it's been lovely to talk to you as always.
No, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it when you've done it because it'll be interesting, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm having some good success with it. So I mentioned I've got Sue Holderness, Ray's cinematographer Lionel Friedberg, because Ray directed a film called The House of the Living Dead,
Yeah.
which is not what it sounds like. Don't you if you've ever seen it at all?
No.
It's 1970, I think, and it's got Mark Burns, who was in the House of Cards, new Avengers episode. So and we did the and I don't like horror films at all. I don't like
No, I
the genre.
don't like horror films.
I don't like being scared. And so Ray suggested we did an event for the film, and I thought, oh God. So I thought, well, I'm not going to say no to Ray. So I watched it with the lights on, with my wife in the house, you know, mid-afternoon.
And the
And it
sound turned down.
yeah, kind of thing. It was a very grainy copy on YouTube, so it is available, and it's just a suspenseful thriller. It has sort of some paranormal elements, but basically what happened was because at that time you had a lot of zombie films, the studio wanted to cash in on it, so they renamed it House of the Living Dead. So in fact, it's got nothing to do with horror, but they were just trying to cash it in. So people must have gone to the cinema awfully disappointed to not
Oh dear. Yeah.
yeah. It's like why are we watching a good film and not a horror film sort of thing. Um, I've got Simon Williams who did Return Man from Uncle with Ray. So Simon's a bit unavailable at the moment, but he did say he would do something. Speaking to Paul on Monday.
I was going to say, you're going to speak to Paul
Yeah,
because Paul will be a good one.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I did ask Rocky, but unsurprisingly, he said no.
Rocky's a little bit of I don't know quite how you'd put it. He's a bit like unstable gunpowder. You don't know quite what you're going to get when you're talking to Rocky because he can be a little bit wild sometimes.
I had a very interesting story. I must tell you before you go. I was talking to Mac McDonald, who's well known for Red Dwarf and other things, Captain Hollister, and he was on a production in South Africa with a lot of stunt people, including Rocky, and they were going through this safari park, sort of in this jeep thing, and it stopped to just have a look at some lions and things what went on. There was no kind of sort of keepers or anything around. And Rocky just jumped out of the Jeep and went walking towards this lion, who then looked at him very bemused, thinking, "What are you doing getting close to me, human?" And he just sort of stopped in front of the lion about maybe sort of 10, 20 feet, and then Rocky ran at the lion. And the lion was surprised and just ran off. And everyone was like, "What are you doing? Get back in the Jeep."
Yeah.
And they went to and they got back to the lodge. Mac McDonald spoke to one of the gamekeepers and said, "What happened?" They couldn't believe it. And he said, "What were the chances of the lion attacking versus just running away?" And they said it was basically 50-50. So
Yeah.
yeah, but that's the kind of guy Rocky is.
I know. There was
Mm.
one day when he was late into work and we were ready to go and he wasn't there, which was unusual because he would always be there.
Mm.
And when he arrived, it turned out that because he used to drive like a maniac, and he'd had an accident on the way into work. He'd then gone home and borrowed a car, I'm not sure who from, and he drove that in and he wrecked that as well, which was why he was late.
I'm not surprised because I had Rocky attend last year's Shaken Not Stirred event because we would obviously do a different
Mm.
theme every year. So I would try and get you back as soon as we have, you know, a appropriate theme for it. But Rocky came last year, and I arranged for him to go because after, of course, the event we did and him asking for money and all, you know, that kind of thing. I wasn't
Well,
sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
you never know where you are with Rocky, to be honest.
No, I thought it was lovely how you and Paul kind of supported me, which I was very grateful for at the time, but because I didn't know kind of what to say really.
Well, no.
But
Yeah, but he has got a very funny sense of humor as well. Because I remember once we did a fight, and I can't remember what it was on, but I remember Linda was dressed in army fatigues with camo paint and everything. And we always used to do like a master shot of the whole fight. And then they would home in on little bits, which maybe the stunt double, maybe the artist, and then they'd cut them all together to make it what they wanted. And we'd done the master shot of the fight, and then whoever was on sound said, I'd just like to run it for sound. I'm not worried about anything else, but I just need the sound. So we had to do the whole thing again just for sound. They weren't actually filming. And Rocky had to start off the scene. He's a guard sitting at a table, just supposed to be writing something down before everything kicks off. And he deliberately got this pencil that was quite noisy, and he exaggerated all the sounds so much. I had a job to keep a straight face because I thought I really thought I was just going to start laughing. The way it was just so funny that he's writing away. You're going to hear this scribbling with this pencil, but because he's doing it all for the sound man. It was just very funny.
oh yeah, yes, lovely story. Because I wasn't sure when we did the event last year whether he would be a bit funny with me but he was like just like we were old friends, and we had a
Yeah,
lovely kind of encounters, you know. So
yeah. And there was another occasion when we were doing some driving, and it was with Linda's AC, the American car she had, and it was automatic. And because we kept fiddling about doing all these different shots, the battery would go flat. So we had a spare battery in the boot. And we had to do all this, throwing it all about all over the place. And Rocky was driving and I was sitting next to him. I can't remember quite why, but that's what the story was. And there was suddenly this awful smell. And I said, Rocky, what is that? I said, was that you? And it was the battery had fallen over in the boot and was eating away at the rubber. But he just laughed. He didn't say anything. He just thought it was funny.
yeah, I think he does have a very good sense of humor, and is boy a bit mad, but in the nicest way. Unfortunately, he's not at the event next week because he's got some work popped up. So you know, he's all credit to the man. He's still going. You know, he's still.
I'm amazed at how much he does now, considering what a terrible accident he had. He was so bad with it. I wouldn't have been at all surprised if he couldn't walk properly and he thought he wasn't going to be able to work afterwards. We had a big party for fundraising for him just after the accident. But he seems to get on fine.
I don't know if you saw the last Mission Impossible film, but he was in that. He was on a big train sequence at the end, and he plays one of the stokers, but you know,
Oh,
fully.
right.
And the villain kills the two of them, and he hangs Rocky by the whistle.
Oh, right.
And you can see it clearly. It's him. So
I should look a bit more carefully next time I see it.
yeah. You always see him in something. I think from Goldfinger onwards, he's been in huge amount of numbers, I think. Okay, well, I think we'll leave it there unless you think of anything else to to mention him. Got some good stuff.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I'll probably think of something later on, but yeah, I think you've probably covered all the most important ones.
Yeah, I think we have, and there's a small possibility, a very small possibility. I might be able to get Robert Wagner to do a little thing as well, because he's expressed in, because of course he knew Ray an awful lot, and I did an event of Robert and Ray for Heart to Heart, and Ray of
Yeah.
course got Robert Wagner. So, but he's very busy. So I'm trying to. I spoke to him a couple of times about it on the phone, but if I can, I will. But
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
that was the thing about Ray. He never ever looked as if anything had gone wrong, even if it had. You know, he was always sort of on top of it all. I never saw him look embarrassed or, you know, as if anything was wrong. He always seemed to be on top of everything, totally confident. And if he wasn't, he certainly put on a very good act.
Oh yeah. If you think of the risks that he took to all different, and then to relocate into America, I mean that takes a lot of guts, doesn't it, and confidence, and all the very least to work through those kind of sort of nerves and things. But I think for, and regardless of what career you have, to sort of dream big and keep going, and don't let people say, well, stunt people can't do this or that, or so. I think we could all kind of, I think, learn something from Ray's life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, we're lovely to.
special man, really, a very special man.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah, it was, and yeah, it became very important to me.
And he was always on very friendly terms. I mean, like Diana was always laughing and joking with him, and he got on very well with Patrick as well. I think he got on with people he worked with very well.
I think it always made you feel like you were the most important person. One of those where, talents to do that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Well, I think that's a lovely place. It's been great to talk to you as always.
It was lovely to talk to you, Philip.
But enjoy the rest of your week, and yeah, take care.
Thanks, Philip. Bye.
Okay. Thanks, Ed. Bye. How you doing, Paul?
I'm fine, thank you.
So, well, thank you, Paul, for wanting to talk to me about Ray Austin for my event. It is extremely kind of you.
Okay.
I wanted to just ask, first of all, how Ray came into your life. Do you remember when you first encountered him?
Yeah, Ray really sort of came into my life on the Avengers in a strong way, because he gave me my first real chance at stunts. But I encountered him earlier on because he'd worked on the Saints and the earlier ITV Elstree series. So yeah, I knew him. I knew of him and knew him, but I really got to know him on the Avengers. He was a great fighter ranger coordinator. Had great ideas, and he was physically very fit to be able to do it himself. So he would be able to show you what to do, So they were doing the Superlative 7 Avengers. And during the fight routine, Rocky and Les Crawford were having a fight with a blade, and it actually cut through Rocky's arm, and he had to go to the hospital. And I'd been sitting watching this routine because I was doubling for and standing in for Patrick Willie at the time. So I was really interested in watching the stunts and how they were doing it. And when the accident happened, Ray said, "Off you go, Rocky, to the hospital and get it stitched up." He said, "Paul, get Rocky's costume on. You know the fight?" I said, "Yeah, come on, do it." And I got up and did the fight on the Superlative 7. And we had several weapons to use on each other. But yeah, that was my first introduction to him actually coordinating me. We went on after that to do. I did more parts and doubling for different actors on the series, on the Avengers series. So yeah, he was around all the time, and he was such a confident character. When he came back from America, obviously he'd worked on stunts over there and with Cary Grant, and so by the time he came back and he was working with Paddy Ryan, doing stunts on British films here and American films, yeah, he was really confident, and he was a great guy to be around. He was very funny. But he said to me one day, he said, "Look after the set. I'm going over to ATV studios to choreograph a dance routine." I said, "Ray, you're not a dancer. How can you do that?" He said, "Oh, it's easy. You just go over there." He said, "I get the dancers." He said, and I play the music and say, "How do you interpret? How does it feel for you for this music? What way would you interpret it?" And he gets them to move, and he said, and then once they do it, I pick out the best bits and put it all together. So he had that sort of confidence that, you know, most of us wouldn't dare to attempt anything like that, but he did it, and he was great at it. So when we did that, and he learned the camera. He deserves all the accolades he ever got in his life, because he spent time and effort. He would spend the evenings, as soon as we finished shooting, he would go in the camera room and get one of the guys to show him all the lenses, how they worked, all the filters, what the camera could do and what it couldn't do. So he learned his craft, and he was a very personable person anyway. So he could cajole actors. He knew how to smooth them over and get them to do exactly what he wanted. Yes, he was an all-round inspiration to anyone on the set. He was there, and he would help any department, say, "What can I do for you? What can we do?" So the stunts were always part of the whole unit, you know. And he led that, you know, that sort of feeling on the set for us to be ready to help. So anytime we could, we would. He was a genuine. He had more energy than any of us. He was there. When he walked on the set, you know, Ray was there. He was a good actor. He could, you know, take on any role as a heavy or so he knew acting. He knew how to talk to actors. So when he started directing, all that came into being, and he was a very good director. I remember when he went off to America, I got a phone call. I'd worked with Stephanie Powers, American actress, and she phoned me up. She said, "I'm doing Heart to Heart, and we've got this new. They're offering a new English director called Ray Austin. What do you think of him? Do you know him?" I said, "Yeah, he's great. Just take him on. He will bring new ideas. He's got so much energy." Yes, my advice was, yeah, work with him, and he did. He took off, and he did, well, you know, so many of the American TV series, and so yeah, he was a fireball. Once you get going, you just followed Ray, you know.
So it's no surprise that when you made it so big in America, it just like you probably weren't taken by surprise because of the work ethic, the ability that he showed. You kind of, it was a natural kind of progression as far as you were concerned.
Absolutely, yeah. You knew that people would like him. He was very. He could manage people. He was a people person. And he could assess people very quickly and knew exactly how to play them, how to smooth them over and schmooze them. So yeah, he had certainly had a talent that and a willpower to succeed. And he did it in the nicest, gentlest way, but you knew he was there, and he would do well, and he did.
Do you find he was very good with actors or crew that were a bit green, that new to it? Was he very good at sort of nurturing people?
Yeah. He, as I say, he made us part. All of us were helping where we could. But if he found, he could be a little abrasive. I mean, I remember him asking a stunt guy to do a back somersault off the table, and the guy was a bit and he said, "Look, like this," and he got up there and he did a back somersault himself off the table just to show it was easy, and it was a stuntman's job. So yeah, he would help. He helped me a great deal in terms of trusting me and helping me and Cyd and all the stunt guys. And when it came to setting up stunts, he knew exactly what size boxes you needed and where to put them. On the games film that we did, Joe Dunn had to fall off a balcony backwards and hit the sloping roof, and there was another roof coming sloping into it. And Joe thought if he hits that roof, he can then bounce off the next one and into the boxes. So there was a night shot, and it was only about 12, 15 feet. So he put his box rig down, and Ray came around and said, "What are you doing? How are you doing this, Joe?" Joe said, "Well, I'm going to come over there, hit that roof, hit that one, and then fall down here." And Ray said, No. He said, "Put your boxes here. This is where you're going to come." This. He said, "No, I bounce there and I come over." He said, "No, I promise you, leave those boxes there, but continue the box rig out here for me." He said, "Yeah, okay." And exactly what Ray said happened. He came straight down and straight down. If he hadn't have put the boxes there on Ray's selection of where it should go, he would have hit the concrete. So yeah, he was. Ray knew exactly. Ray. Joe was a bit, sort of naive in those days. We were all young and learning the trade, and Ray was there to sort of guide us and make sure that we didn't get hurt.
You sound like the ideal second unit director from a stunt crew point of view, because of course he had the eye of what you were going through, and would have this, because I know that Cyd told me that on a couple of occasions in film and TV she got hit by a car or a motorbike during a sequence, and it's because they didn't really have that kind of background, of course, that Ray did. So it must have been invaluable to have somebody in your corner like that. Yeah. You have your idea of how you're going to do it, how you want to do it, and how you think your body will do it. And if you can make a mistake, and you can get hurt. But with having Ray around, you knew that he would say, "Hold on, just move over there a bit and do it that side rather than here, because I think this corner is going to be a bit dodgy for your head." So he would guide you and sort of gently do it, but he did it very well. And he did look after us, and we were young, really naive stunt people. Because at this point in your career, you had a few credits under your belt, but how important was getting the Avengers to you in terms of at that point and then in the future?
Yeah, I mean, that really set me up for my career, really, in terms of being accepted as a stunt performer, firstly. And then when Ray left, the production asked if I would take over the coordination of it. And I just felt that I was too young, really, too inexperienced to take over. And they said, "Would you work with Joe Dunn?" And I said, "Yes, I'd be happy to work with him." I continue doubling for Cyd, doing the stunts, but I didn't feel I was ready to take on the responsibility of the action and the safety of the people on the set, because it's a great responsibility.
Oh yeah, yeah. When Ray brought you on to the Avengers, was there quite a rigorous sort of audition process that you had to do to sort of show that you could kind of do what he wanted?
No, in those days, almost anyone could do stunts. If they felt you could do it, there was no union to be able to say no, you can't do it. It was only the stunt guys among themselves saying, I've got this young kid who's a great athlete, or he's a great gymnast, and he could do this job you were talking about this way. So you brought in experts to do certain things, but you had to. I learned as I was going along, as a extra and as a stand-in. You're on the set all the time with your artist, and you see everything. You see cameras, how they work, and you're almost part of the camera team, because you know the lights where you should be standing, if it's there or here, if the light's coming down. So as a stand-in, you get to know quite a bit about the technology of filming. But I watched all the time. I watched the stunts and how they did it. So my first job was with Fred Haggerty on The Saint, and I was playing a little part, and he had to throw me into a glass cabinet, which I did and got, it was okay. And then he said, "You're a good double for a guy on another episode. Would you double him?" And I said, "How much?" And that's the way it went. You learned as you went along. So when they did ask me to take over, I was very aware of being, sort of rushed into something that I wasn't really ready for. I thought if I fail at this on the first couple of episodes of the Avengers, and I'm no good at it, or I do something wrong, then that could ruin my career. So I just wanted to go along slowly and build up my career, so that it was I was recognized as a coordinator and a safe coordinator.
Was there a particular bit of advice that Ray gave you, or something that stuck with you in terms of that helped you in your career?
No, in the early days, I was learning by other people's mistakes. At first, they didn't want young guys coming in. I remember going onto the set of The Champions, and Big Bill Reed was there, who was a big Irish stuntman, and he thought I was an upstart. I was taking their jobs, and so he really sort of tried to intimidate me, off the set, which I wasn't going to have. Another time I was walking through the set and through Elstree, and a stunt guy came up and he said, "You're Paul Weston, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You're on Double Man." I said, he said, "You're taking my job on the Champions." I said, "Am I?" He said, yeah, it's my job." I said, "Well, I thought you were working on Double Man." He said, "Yeah, but that was my job." It was like, it's just trying to intimidate you, not to because we was all young and fighting for jobs, really.
And do you think it's quite impressive that Ray had the career he did, in terms of starting off with Cary Grant's driver, to stunts, to second unit, to directing, and then making it in Hollywood, effectively? So that's transition. Because I think that when I spoke to Ray, he kind of felt that there was sometimes when he was directing somebody that he used to say do stunts with, they kind of thought, "Well, does this guy know what he's doing," sort of thing. Do you sometimes encounter that a little bit when you go up the ranks, that you have to prove yourself to perhaps those that perhaps haven't quite got to your level yet?
Yeah, that's the confidence that Ray had. He didn't have a great deal of experience when he first started, especially on the camera side. But the confidence he had, you just believed he could do it. You could believe anything he said he could do. So I think that's what instilled in me, from Ray's point of view, from knowing Ray, is to be confident of what you say you can do, and make sure that you've done your homework to be able to do it. Because you're never late. You know exactly what you're doing. You know the equipment you need for safety and whatever, and you always look after your stunt team and the camera crew and anyone on the set as a coordinator. I always try to have hindsight. I go, okay, the camera's here, the car's going to turn over and come towards us, and it should stop there. And when it's all set up, I go, okay, what if the ramp breaks? What this direction would the car go? So just clear those people over there. What if the guy had a heart attack and the car come on? Let's take the camera back another 20 feet and put on a longer lens. So you try to work out all the possibilities of what could go wrong. And once you've done that, you rethink again. Have I got that right? What other combination of things that could go wrong, just to make sure that you're absolutely safe on the set. And it saved me a couple of times. I've actually had to move the camera back after setup, and I've been, what if has come right, and the car has come too far, and it would have hit the camera where it was. So yeah, it's you learn a lot, and I learned a lot from Ray, and you do from other coordinators, and then you have to pass that on. You have to try to encourage the younger guys to sit and listen, and watch angles, watch how the other stunt guys work, where they put their feet. It's very important to know what foot you take off on and land, how you tumble. So you try to put that into their minds to say, okay, that's your body. How can you best use it? How many twists can you do before you hit the boxes? So yeah, it's learning your physical limitations, and then making the younger guys to listen to their bodies and make sure that they understand not to push it too far, not to stay in there too long. I always stayed in there too long. If there was a car knocked down, I would, a car miss, I would stay there to the last second. But sometimes it was unnecessary. If it's on a long lens, you can get away with leaving it before it gets, 20 feet before it gets to you. Whereas, sometimes as a stuntman, you're not ego, but your excitement takes over, and you want to leave it as long as possible. It becomes you and the car, and how long you can stay in there before you get out, and you get out quick. So yeah, it's a learning curve, and we all have to go through it, and all the young guys and girls have to do, learn how to use their body. They may be a great athlete and be able to do wonderful high dives and whatever, and swallow dives and tucks and whatever. But if you're playing an older guy who gets shot off the top of a building, you have to fall like a dead body. So you still have to know how to fall as a dead body, but you have to control your body, how you fall, and where you put your feet at the top of the building is where where your body's going, your direction your body's going in. So yeah, especially if you've got a tight, a small rig to fall into, it can be dangerous, and you have to study it, and you have to go through it in your mind over and over again, exactly how you're going to do it, how your body's going to feel, when to tuck at the last minute. So yeah, it's a bit complicated, but it's good fun.
Oh yeah, yeah. And when Ray moved over to the States, were you able to keep in contact with him over the years?
Yes, yeah, indeed. I used to go over and stay with him in Virginia, and unfortunately, I just texted him. No, I emailed him to say that I would be in New York. I was doing a show in New York, and I said I'll come. I'll pop down to see you. I never got a reply to the email, and I had to come back a little earlier than I thought. Anyway. But then I found it died that week. So it was unfortunate. I would have liked to have been around, to see him, but I was too late. So he was a lovely guy, and Wendy's a beautiful lady. So yeah, we kept in contact over the years, and even when he was in Los Angeles, I used to see him while he was doing the shows. So I remember being in the Four Seasons Hotel, and I thought I'd give Ray a call, and I said, phoned him up, and a voice said, "Hello." I said, "Hi, is Ray there?" And he said, "No, this is the LA Fire Department. We've got a problem here. There's fires in the canyon, and we're going to have to vacate the house. And excuse me, sir, I must go. The back garden is on fire." He was in Mandeville Canyon, but he got out. He was out. They were both out safe, and the house didn't get burnt. But yeah, so yeah, I used to see him quite a bit while he was when I was going backwards and forwards to Los Angeles.
Oh, great, good. That's wonderful. So what's the last time you saw Ray with was the event that we did with Rocky and Cyd? Was that or did you see him after that?
I saw him. I went over to see him probably 2 years ago. Yeah, he
Would have been around that time, wouldn't it, roughly?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He came over to do the show at the Cinema Museum in London.
Yeah, that would have been. Well, I sort of knew him 2020, 21. So I think he must have come over. That must have been before COVID, I would have thought. So maybe
Yes, yeah, I think that was.
Perhaps we think it is, maybe 18 or 17 or something like that.
But I've seen him after COVID, so.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and he was fine. He was on good form, and we had a swim in the pool, and we went out to dinner. It was lovely to see him.
Oh, good. Yeah, I would echo what you're saying, that he was always made you feel like you were the most important person in the room. He had that kind of very, very rare quality.
Yeah.
And I've kept in touch with him, of course, during his illness, and just spoke to him just about normal day life. Became good friends, and of course, it was a point where he was sort of getting better, and he was saying to me, "I'm going to go back in the pool soon," but unfortunately, it just turn the other way as it sometimes does. But he did say he was quite happy, looking forward to doing more events and stuff. So he seemed to enjoy it as much as I probably enjoyed talking to him, really. So it was it's just
he loved the industry, he loved the business, he loved talking about it. It was his life. So I suppose it's like all of us, really. We just like talking about it. We've been fortunate enough to go to places that people pay to go to, and tops of mountains and deep in the desert, and been part of a creation of creating a movie, good, bad, or indifferent. You don't know at the time just how good or bad it's going to be, but you put everything into it because you know it's going to be a great film. So that's it. It is our lives.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was always very, very proud of his work, and not never in a pig-headed way or anything like that. But very much just sort of realizing how lucky he was. He knew there was an element of luck as well as the talent, and and that's what he kind of got across was, I'm very fortunate to have done all this. I want to share it with you, and I thought that was a very nice sort of attitude he had. So lastly, what do you, because of course you knew him quite a bit on the Avengers. What do you think Ray's legacy is to the Avengers? What would it have been a very different show if he wasn't involved with it?
I think he contributed a lot to it, and especially the style of it, of the fighting and the kung fu that he sort of brought into it, and was a tremendous effect on the series itself. But apart from that, his personality and what he achieved from our point of view as a stunt performer in those days, to see somebody who was just an ordinary stuntman suddenly becoming a coordinator, then a second unit director, and then to go on to direct TV series over here. It's just amazing, and it gave us all hope that we could achieve something like him, and it gave us the impetus to study our craft and do the best we could with it, and hopefully add as much as he did to the products that we have to work with.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think he did say that he regretted not doing any slow motion fights on the Avengers. A bit like sort of what you see in Bruce Lee films and stuff. Whether that would have worked or not, I don't know.
No, yeah. In those days you tended to drop a couple of frames just to get people moving fast. Especially with the actors. Sometimes if a punch goes like that. And it should be snappy. Or a car chase, they would go down, to 22 frames or 20 frames to make it speed up. And sometimes it went over the top. It just looks stupid, It's like Hell Drivers film with Sean Connery. The trucks were like just ridiculous. You can do it sometimes and get away with it. Other times, you can't. So it's understanding the camera, understanding, you can't go back if you in those days, there was no sort of putting it on computer and slowing it down or speeding it up. You got what you shot. So yeah, it was also the editing of it. It's how fast you edit. Quick cuts and whatever, which Ray was excellent at. So yeah, I mean, to go on, he would shoot the episode that he was doing, say, on the Avengers, and then he would go in the cutting room and advise them how he was going to, how he wanted it. So I remember Sid Hares, who Ray then helped out to get work in America, and he did many of the TV shows. But Sid, he was shooting on me. I was doubling for Patrick McNee, and he shot on side of my face, close on my face. And I said, it's a bit close. And he said, no, it's a small box. No one's going to notice. I said, but you cut, especially when one of the actors, he said, okay, so you say your line and turn. And the guy said he's saying his line and he was turning, and halfway through his line, Sid said, cut. And the guy said, but I haven't finished the line. He said, that's all right. It's he knew exactly where he was going to cut every frame because he was an editor himself. So that's what you got to know is what you're going to finish up with. And Sid said to me, I said, well, why do you cut so sharply? He said, I know exactly what I want. He said, and you don't want to give the producers something that they can alter. He shot his film and that's what Ray used to do. He knew exactly where to cut to make the film the way he wants it. You get it on other, on major films where the producers, push the director aside and they go in and cut the film the way they want it. But Cyd's point was that if it's not there, they have to use what you've got, what you've given them, and that gives you a good cut and a nice speedy. They have to cut on those movements. So Ray knew all that. I mean, he was a master at it.
Oh, that's very interesting, because I've spoken to quite a few sort of television directors, and especially sort of back in the 60s and 70s, you would hand in your work and then you'd go on to something else and somebody would cut it and put the music on. So what Ray and Cyd Hares was doing was kind of preempting that, and that was very clever. Yeah. That's
It's understanding your business really, and knowing exactly what the product at the end of it is what you want, and not some suit in the office. Yeah. One aspect of Ray's career, which probably should mention, is his career as a writer. Of course, he did a couple of screenplays for TV shows back in the 60s, and then of course became quite a successful novelist with at least a dozen or so titles, it must be. And so he never stopped. He always seemed to sort of had to have something to do, and was enormously creative as a result, and almost one of those people that's annoyingly talented, but you don't begrudge it because he's such a nice person. But I mean, his ability to write was amazing. Because he knew the episode, how long you've got 56 in those days. You had 56 minutes of film and 4 minutes of adverts, so you knew where your highlights. You had the first act went on, and the villain beats up or wins up until the commercial break. And then after that, the love story comes back, and the hero beats the villain at the end of that episode, at the end of the 56 minutes. So it's knowing exactly what you're trying to achieve in that time, and writing it is, that's a script. If you can get an hour's shoot, an hour's film, and it's the way you want it, it's a task you've got to do. You have a second unit, you know exactly what the second unit's going to have to do to fill in those times. So when you're pacing a script, you've got to know exactly how long things will take. You can't put in, a dog chase or a car chase or a horse chase that will go on for 3 or 4 minutes. When you know that, it's going to be cut somewhere, it's going to be cut down. You can't put that in. So you've got to be economical with your action and with your time. Sometimes we had 2 days of second unit, and you had to go out and do the Bentley chase and fit in all the inserts and the close-ups of hands hitting something or something breaking. All those have to be done on the second unit. So writing a script is very difficult. And when we were doing the persuaders, the protectors, you had 30 minutes. You had less than 30 minutes to tell a story. It was like, it's difficult. So, you've got to take your hats off to those guys that were knocking it out every week. They're knocking out, 50 minutes or half an hour of action, telling a story, beginning, middle, and end, and make it interesting. Oh yeah. It's that precise skill, and to be economical, but to do everything you need to do. And I think Ray's books kind of reflect that, and that they're very visual, and they're kind of very easily have been scripts. Is there any final comments you'd like to make about Ray as we wrap up? No, only for the fact that I was honoured to have known him and to have worked with him, and I appreciated him. You know, when you step back and say, yeah, you know, that guy has got something, and he had everything that you would wish to have yourself in terms of confidence, of diligently going, learning his craft, and knowing what he wanted to achieve and what the script needed, and how best to put that on the screen safely. And so I was very lucky to have known him, and to call him a friend. So I did appreciate him. Thank you, Ray.
I've been a slow place to end it. Thank you very much, Paul, for talking about Ray. It's been very nice.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
I did try and get Rocky, but he didn't want to do it, and unfortunately,
No, unless you're paying Rocky, he's not going to do it.
we didn't even ask money. He didn't even sort of try and get something from me. But
Really?
no. But I'm very thankful though when we did that event with Rocky and the ending that you and Cyd stuck up for me so nicely at that, because I kind of was a bit sort of taken back by it. But
Yeah.
I do like Rocky, despite the fact he's a bit sort of you know,
Abrasive.
Did you hear the story where he, sorry?
Yeah, just a bit demanding.
Yeah. Did you hear the story where Rocky chased the lion? You ever heard that one?
No.
Well, but I was talking to actor Mac McDonald, and he was in South Africa with Rocky and a few other stunt people. They were going for this like safari park. No gamekeepers or anything. I think they were just going to their accommodation. They stopped because there was a lion in the distance, and they were just going to have a little look. Rocky jumped out of the truck and walked towards the lion, and everyone was going, "Get back in the," you know, completely taken back by it. And of course, the lion was probably looking at him and thinking, "What are you doing?" And it got quite close to the lion, and then Rocky started running at the lion, and the lion ran away. Thought, "Oh, this is a bit odd. I'm just going to get out of it." And later on, when they were talking to the keepers about it, they couldn't believe what he did. And Mac asked him, what were the odds of him running like that or attacking him? What are the odds of him being killed? And the keeper said 50-50.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
yes, an untamable spirit by Rocky. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Paul. It's been lovely to talk to you again, and I'll look forward to see you on Saturday.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Well, but I'll have a nice week, and I'll see you Saturday.
Yeah. Take care.
Yeah.
Cheers.
You too. Thanks, Paul. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, you Philip?
I am indeed, yes. How are you?
Hi, nice to meet you, Philip.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for joining me to talk about Return of the Saint. What do you remember working with Ray Austin?
Well, I remember the fact that I enjoyed it more than almost any other director. I liked nearly all the directors very much, but there was something about Ray that made me feel terribly relaxed. It was a very easy atmosphere on the set. There was no tension. You got the feeling that Ray knew exactly what he was doing. The crew respected him enormously and liked him. I wish he'd done more, but I know he went off to do more exciting stuff. But I remember one incident, for instance, which endeared me to Ray, or Ray to me, really. And that was, there was a dialogue scene with the leading lady and me, and it was set, this is a long time ago, so this is my memory, okay? It was set outside the front door of my little house, my little muse house. And it was just her and me standing there doing this dialogue scene. And I thought that was very boring. And I'd just been handling a corpse, a dead body. And I thought, wouldn't it be much more interesting if we went inside the house and we could do all the dialogue while I simply walked across to my open plan kitchen and I ran some water and I washed my hands, dialogue, came back, dried my hands, dialogue, came out and exited. But it did involve a major setup. It involved taking, lighting the whole of the interior. It was a big deal to suggest. And I thought, Ray will never go for this. Not in a million years. But I thought I might as well suggest it. Because most times if I did suggest things, it was met with a lot of looking at watches. And honestly, Ian, we don't have time for that.
Mm.
And I suggested this to Ray, and he went, okay. Blew my mind away that. So we did it. And he said, no, you're quite right. It's much more interesting that way. And it was just so nice to have a director there who listened and thought, okay, we could do that. And but it did involve, it did involve another hour's work. And the schedules on the Saint were very, very tight. Wasn't really time for this sort of shenanigans, but he made time for it. And I was forever grateful to him. And I was very sad and upset, not upset, but I was sad that he didn't do more, simply because I enjoyed the atmosphere on the set very, very much with Ray. And he obviously knew what he was doing, and the crew loved him. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think Ray's very much a people person. He tends to make you feel like you're the most special person in the room, I find.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that was the thing. I mean, I think all the directors, some of them had directed Saint episodes with Roger Moore. And so they all came onto it with one eyebrow raised a bit with me, is this guy any good? Can he do it? And I had to kind of earn their respect as well, really. I didn't ever feel I had to do that with Ray somehow or other. He was a good guy, very, very, very fond memories of that.
So as a director, he kind of sort of let you do your thing, and you didn't ever feel like you were put in a box sort of thing.
Yes, I mean, first of all, there's two reasons. First of all, you have to be an enormous star to start dictating how directors shoot things, and I certainly wasn't that. And secondly, you have to be aware of the constrictions of time and money, whether or not it's possible to do it. And thirdly, whether the director wants to. So, but I just remember that, and I just remember how grateful I was to him for letting me, do that.
And as a consequence, were you very happy with the final episode, the results?
Do you know, Philip, I can't remember it.
Oh, that's okay.
I can't remember the plot of that one, but I remember the plots of some of the episodes fairly well, but I'm not sure I remember the plot of that one.
Well, if you ever do an event, I'll send you the episode in advance. So
thank you very much.
and of course, I must mention that Ray is obviously about to hit a very important birthday. So just wanted, Ian, if you just wanted to.
Yes. Yeah. So Ray, you're even older than I am. By I think about 10 years. So happy birthday, my friend. And it's been many, many years, but I hope you're well and enjoying life and keep well and keep enjoying life, and happy birthday, mate. Nice to be able to send you such a message.
That's great, Ian. That's lovely. I'm sure Ray will love to receive that. Thank you very much for taking time to. It's lovely to meet you, and I'll keep in touch.
All right, good. Thank you very much. All right, signing off.
All the best. Bye. Hi, Annette.
Hi, Philip.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm finding a bit of a cold, but otherwise okay. Well, thank you, Annette, for wanting to be part of my Weston tribute event. It's very much appreciated.
Well, it'll be a pleasure to actually talk about Ray. So, yeah.
Well, wonderful. Do you remember when you first encountered Ray? It would have been on Round Hotkirk. What's sort of your earliest impression of him?
I can't remember absolutely, but I think I knew or had met him and remembered before he became a director, when he was still a stuntman. I can't remember when he actually started directing, but I think I knew him first as a stuntman or stunt arranger.
You might have come across him during his Saint days, actually, the black and white ones. He was on some of those. So
yeah, well, I was on, I think, one of the black and whites. I think.
Oh yeah, I think if not 2 or 3 perhaps. So yes, so he would have been somebody that would have been around Elstree, and so you would have encountered him.
I knew he was connected with stunts. I knew that.
And I know you've watched some episodes of his in preparation for our chat. What was your thoughts when you watched those episodes again?
Well, they were interesting because, really, we did so many episodes, and we were doing sometimes 2 or 3 bits of episodes at the same time. So you get mixed up, you get, and you're one to the other. So it's always mixed up to what, what on earth they were about. So when I started watching these again, I thought, oh, that's that one. Yes, I remember that. And then I think, don't remember that one. No, it was all of that doing. I only managed to watch, I think he directed 6.
Yes.
I think I managed to watch 4. I've made some notes because I thought it was better to do that.
Yeah.
There were House on there was one I saw called House on Haunted Hill that he directed, and it happened to be I wasn't in that episode, and Judith Arthey played my sister in it because I was ill at the time. I was away ill. It's the only one I missed. And then the other one I watched was Whoever Heard of a Ghost Dying. And I'll talk about that one a little bit later because I found something interesting in that. Whoever Heard of a Ghost Dying. And I remember doing that one. So we'll do that as well. And the House on Haunted, that's one I didn't. And The Girl Who Has Everything. And I watched the whole thing and I was hardly in it. I mean, I remember a couple of times when it was an episode and I got quite bored because I didn't have enough to do. And one of them, I remember, I had a whole week out without them calling. So I checked up and I said to them, look, if I were to go away for a few days, would that be all right? And we looked at all the things. I said, no, that'll be fine. And I did. I got on a plane, went to Spain for a few days, got on a plane and came back and arrived that morning with Peter Wingard. Happened to be on the plane flying back from Spain. He'd also done the same thing. And we arrived, I had to be at the studio at 7. I think we arrived in at Heathrow or Gatwick, wherever we were, around about 6 o'clock in the morning. And we were frantic trying to find a cab to get us there on time and everything else. And poor Peter, he looked like he was dead. He'd obviously been on the bottle a bit, So yeah, there were some times. They were the only 4 that I actually managed to see. One of those was the one that that Ray wrote. He didn't direct it; he wrote it, and that was Whoever Heard of a Ghost Dying. Yeah.
The one he wrote was when the spirit sorry, it wasn't that. It was That's How Murder Snowballs. That was the one that he wrote. So it's the one with David Jason, who's in it very briefly, and it starts off with somebody being shot during it. Yeah.
No, I was looking at the wrong. I had Whoever Heard of a Ghost Dying, and I had a thing about it at the top.
Yeah.
That's How Murder Snowballs. Yes,
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Well, I can talk about that.
Oh yeah, yes, please do. Yes.
I mean, there isn't a lot, but I remember it for various reasons. It was set as there was a magician was the character, and he was playing in the theatre, and I can't remember. Mike takes the case, or we're watching. I can't remember if he's called in for a case.
Yes, so I watched it last night actually, and so you're with you're at the theatre watching the
someone
show.
has been killed on stage.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So he's called in to him and went, well, that was fine. We did our scenes and things, some of them, and then came the time when the performer, I think he was a magician. He wasn't the one that was killed, but he was a magician. And we were sitting, because we weren't in that particular scene, we were sitting out in the audience, out in the seats, watching it, because we were all interested in this particular scene, you know, to watch an actor doing the magician bit and all that sort of thing. We had a director we'd never had before called what was his name? Paul Dixon. And we never had him before. So this particular scene, the actor playing it, whom I didn't know at the time, none of us really knew him. He was a nice man. And he was up on the stage and he started to do, and he dried on his lines. And the director said, okay, we'll do it again, please. Well, this happened like a few times. And the director was not a sympathetic person. What happened was that he started yelling at this actor. We're sitting in the audience bit, and he starts yelling at this actor. And of course, the poor actor is starting to get more flustered all the time, you know. So he goes to do it. He means well to do that thing and does it. And again, the lines go, well, after this has happened to several times, the director doesn't just go up and talk to him and say, listen, let's just calm down and what, you know. He starts to scream at this man. Oh, yeah, I mean, really screaming. And the poor actor literally was virtually crying, I think. I mean, it was just terrible. We were sitting there getting more and more and more incensed. Anyway, finally, they got the scene done and the actor was in shreds. When we went back to the studio, the three of us went up to Monty Berman, went into Monty Berman's office and said, never, ever get this director again. Never have him. We will not work with him, and told him what had happened. Now, I only just knew when I watched it the other night. The actor playing that was David Jason.
Yes.
And that must have been right in the early part of his career. I've started wondering, did Paul Dixon, the director, ever see David Jason a few years later? The David Jason.
You would like to think so, wouldn't you? Sort of a little bit of
yeah. Oh, he was mean. He was, I mean, really bad. I've seen some directors lose their cool, but this man was ridiculous. And when an actor is going up like that, there's something wrong, and you need to just take a minute and just calm them down and say, don't worry, walk away, go, you know, whatever you do. But I thought, I wish I've never worked, apart from that, I've never worked with David Jason, but I like his work. And I thought, I wonder if he harks back to that day. Awful. It was awful. Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. Makes a bit of a point here.
Absolutely, yeah.
And yes, and there was quite a good story there. So, you know, Ray, I don't know I don't know if he was there. He must have been there for part of the time during this episode, but I don't know if he saw that particular.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to other writers of shows around this sort of time, it was, I think it's a bit different to today, where writers would probably visit the set and they may even be doing script revisions, you know, for certain things that might not work or different things that pop up. But I think back in the 60s and 70s, you kind of sort of handed your script in, and then that was it. You know,
Well,
you didn't.
yes,
So,
but
yeah.
no, sometimes the writer came around, you know, he happened
Right.
to be there.
Yeah.
And you'd speak to him. I remember someone, and I said, listen, do you think you could do something rather? Do you mind if I change this? Because sometimes they were around.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
you go to them and say, look, do you mind? I really feel I'd be happier if I just did it this way. And they'd either say, well, I'd rather you stick to my script, you know. Very rarely did they do that. Or they'd say, sure. Yeah, that sounds all right, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. As I do wonder whether, because of course Dennis Spooner was essentially the sort of showrunner, you would use the term these days. So whether he
Dennis often came around and we talked to him and we'd give him suggestions, you know, for different things. And he was very amenable to things like that. He would take them in and say, oh, I'll think about that. I like that idea, you know. And he did. He actually worked on some of them. Yeah.
I wonder whether he would have also given scripts like Ray a pass as well, because a lot of showrunners would kind of sort of have uncredited input to a lot of.
Right.
And
Right.
I know that Dennis was the one who gave Ray the chance to write the episode, so that they may have sort of collaborated on it to some extent.
Yes. Yes. Maybe yes.
And it is actually the only script that Ray ever did. Didn't do any other scripts for television at all.
Oh, he didn't.
No.
Well, he just continued to direct then.
Well, I think that's obviously where he's getting so much
Yeah,
in
that's where
demand.
he
You didn't have time to write out
preferred,
there, I guess.
obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. But he has gone on to he did go on to write quite a few novels. And if you ever read any of his
Yes. Yes.
books, yeah.
When we used to in later years, he knew I was living in America, and he was living in West Virginia, and he got hold of me, through my email at some point, and then this is how we picked up the relationship again, or the friendship, and we send emails backwards and forwards and discuss a few things and all of that. No, it was nice to do that. He'd send pictures of Wendy's garden. She loved gardening, and they did have a beautiful garden over there. I didn't go to see it, of course, but I saw pictures of it. Beautiful. Yeah.
He would always send group emails, and particularly at Christmas, he would send and I was fortunate enough that he included me on that, so I got pictures of his
That's right.
garden
He
and stuff as
sent
well.
pictures of and at certain times, spring, you'd always get the spring the blossoms coming out and things.
Yeah. And I think what's interesting about Ray's books is that you can tell they're written by a director, because they're very visual books. They're almost sort of, the pace is very much like a TV show almost. They're could be very easily made into
into
to
a
series.
movie or a television. Yes.
I think his episode that he did write is a very good one. It's quite a sort of well constructed, and I was quite impressed when I saw it.
Yes, it was good. It really was, and there was this director.
I imagine that Ray probably would have liked to have directed it himself, but because he had 6 episodes of the series to do, maybe it was just one too many, and he couldn't do it. I imagine.
Probably, yes, something like that. Yeah. Then another one I looked at, which he directed, Whoever Heard of a Ghost Dying, which, I really didn't have a whole lot to do in that. I should have talked to him at the time and said, why aren't I in this more? I think it was early on. I'm not sure. Can't remember now. Yes, I can't really. Oh no, that's one. Whoever Heard of a Ghost Dying? That is one I do remember doing. There were 2 or 3 reasons for that. One is that Alexandra Bastido, whom I knew, well, not all well, but I knew, Charles Lloyd Pack, whom I'd worked with before, and John Fraser, which I think I'd worked once with before, I can't remember, but they were all very nice with it. One of the reasons was it was winter, and part of the scene, the one that I'm about to talk about, is in the graveyard where Marty's buried. We did a lot of ones in the graveyard, and it was a miserable place, cold. Oh, it was awful. And one of the things I remember was that the caravan that Ken and Mike and myself had, to be in when we were off stage, was a small caravan with no heating in it. And we would sit there freezing. I mean, really freezing. And one day, Alexandra was in there with us. I think Alexandra and John Fraser, I think both came in. We were chatting because they were doing something else. And I'm freezing like mad. And she said to me, you should be wearing some gloves. I said, I know, I didn't bring any. She said, here, have these. And she had sheepskin mitts on. And she said, I've got another pair of these. She said, take these, you can have them. And I kept those mitts for years and years, actually. They came in very useful at certain times. And then the other thing was, we then started yelling at Monty Berman and saying, we need to have heating in there. They eventually got this tacky little heater, but it did help. But the main thing was, it was the only opportunity I got to do something like fight. And it was a miserable little fight. It really was. Here I was thinking, oh, good. I was thinking of the Avengers, you know. Are you hearing this ding? Because I've got notifications coming through and they go ding.
Oh, no, not coming through my end. No.
Oh, good. Yes, so what was I saying about?
Oh, yeah, you're thinking of fights like in the Avengers.
Oh, yes, yes. So I was thinking of, oh, good, you know, and it said what the action was in it. And I thought, oh, good, you know, do that, and I do that. So it comes down to the fight. And it was the silliest little fight you've ever seen. The moves I was given, I thought, no, if I had done that, you know, in reality, if I had done that, and I trip her up or something and get her on the ground. But it was so feeble. I thought, no, I mean, I would have bashed my foot back or something and done, you know, or do what you do at fight scenes. But whoever did the stunts with this there really didn't do them well. And it wouldn't have been Ray. I'm surprised that he let it go, actually, because it was feeble, or maybe Monty Berman had said, oh, we don't want any rough stuff with the ladies, you know.
Yeah, it could have been because I think with the Avengers, it was very, very cutting edge in many respects ahead of its time. So there wasn't other shows that were kind of, you know, the female characters weren't as liberated, weren't as equals, and maybe
there was
like around Hopcock, it didn't feel true to that.
Talking about women fighting, the men always fought well, but women, you know. Yeah. But they did it in the Avengers, and this was several years with the Avengers going on that we did Randall and Hopkirk. You know, it was later in the time. Yeah. So you'd have thought that they would have given us a bit of a chance. I hadn't realized, and when we were doing it, we were so cold in this place. I think my head was numb at the time. I just wanted to do it and go home. So yes, I was a bit disappointed in that. I thought, oh, now I'm going to see my fight scene, because some of these episodes I never got to see. You know, and then other things happen, and now recently I've got myself a DVD player, so I can watch some things now.
I mean, whether it might also been a timing thing, maybe there wasn't much time to do the graveyard fight. That could have been a factor, possibly.
Well, I don't think so at the time. No, remembering what it was, they didn't have to be a big, you know, deal, but just a couple of moves, it would have made it much more interesting and much more real.
It was Frank Mayer who was the
Frank Mayer did a lot of stuff. So maybe Frank was pretty good at doing those things. So, and he taught me. He actually taught me stuff to do. I said, you know, I'd like to know a few things, because say I'm walking home one night and someone attacks me. So he gave me some pointers on what to do. So I was always prepared. If someone came up behind me, grabbed my arm or something, I knew just what to do. It would have been much better. Yeah, no, they should have incorporated it. It's my little gripe years and years and years later.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah.
And the other one that I saw was for the girl who has everything. But again, I was hardly in it. So I must have, you know, I got more and more and more into it as time went on. But there were some where, I don't know, they just didn't put me in it too much. So I did watch the episode, but I don't remember a lot about it. And that's about all, I'm afraid. I didn't manage to see his other 2 episodes that he directed.
I know that when we did the event with Ray, we did it for whoever heard of a ghost dying, because it was the one that you were probably the most involved with, and of course you had that, you know, the fight in the
Oh, that's right. I
graveyard. So
did
that
watch
was the one
that. I
that's
did
that's
watch
the one
it.
that's
Yes,
the one that we did together. Yeah.
I did. Yes.
Hmm.
Oh no, whoever heard of a ghost dying is the one with
Yeah.
Alex that I've just talked about.
Yeah. That's the one we did the watch along for with Ray for a couple of years back. Because I think it was one of Ray's favorites, and I think also you had perhaps the most to do of the episodes that Ray.
I remember.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hmm.
So apart from so of course you would have known Ray during the Avengers of Saint days, and of course ran Hopcut, but obviously since after that, of course, Ray very successfully moved to the States and had this huge career as a director,
Mm.
some of the biggest TV shows.
Yeah.
Were you surprised that that's the way his career took, or do you think, well, almost inevitable given
Well,
talent?
you know, I wasn't surprised particularly. I thought, well, that's good. He's come over. He's done very well. I was then living in America when I heard that, and my husband had met him when we were talking about things, and my husband don't think he worked with him, but he had met him on sets a couple of times, and they talked a bit, you know. But yeah, no, I hadn't kept up with what he was doing before that. And then yes, he did very well in the States, very well.
I think Ray's story is very inspirational, because he began as Cary Grant's chauffeur, then of course stunting, stunt arranger, second unit, directing, and then of course both sides of the Atlantic as well. So, you know,
Did you say he was Cary Grant's chauffeur?
he was indeed, yes. That's how he kind of got into the
Yeah.
business
Oh,
to
really?
start off with, yeah.
Even as a stuntman, so this was like much earlier on.
Yeah, so this was before we got it, and so off the back of that, Ray got a role in North by Northwest, doing some stunts,
Oh,
and then of course it kind of then sort of snowballed from then. So
so he didn't start as a stuntman.
no. So it was how the business kind of came into his life was kind of accidental, in many respects.
I knew nothing about that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So if you think of that starting point to then sort of all the things that Ray did, I think it's quite an inspirational story, really.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And to become a writer as well,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't seem anything that he couldn't do. He seemed very sort of multi-talented, and he always seemed to be, not in a bad way, but he was very proud of what he achieved and very grateful. He knew that there was a lot of luck of course,
Yeah.
in the entertainment business, and he was never, he was always very humble about his success, but always wanted to talk about it because he was kind of sort of very excited that it was, of that. So that always came across when I spoke to him.
Yeah. That's a good story.
Yeah. So apart from did you ever meet Ray at various film events or anything like that, or you didn't meet him later on in terms of in the flesh?
No, I didn't. No, I worked with him whenever he directed. Was it the New Avengers he directed? Yes, the New Avengers he directed me in.
Yes, he came back into your life in 76.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
With the New Avengers.
And then he must have moved to America shortly after that, did he?
Yeah, he started work on Return of the Saint and was going to do a lot of it.
Yeah.
But then America knocked on the door, and who produced Return of the Saint? It was Brian Clemens, who was involved with that, and Robert S. Baker, and they very kindly let him out of his Return of the Saint contract so he could go to the States.
Oh, okay.
So that was about 70, 78 sort of time.
Yeah. No, I didn't see him anymore after that.
Yeah.
Until, as I said, you know, I was married, and when we were living in upstate New York, and I got this email one day. And I said, "My God, this is Ray Austin, and he lives in West Virginia." And so we then, ever since, you know, after that, then we were in, you know, fairly regular correspondence through email and things. I think I might have talked to him on the phone a couple of times too. And I never got a chance to visit over there, otherwise I would have done.
And then, of course, we got to speak with Ray a couple of times when we did our Persuaders event. He very kindly wanted to say hello to you. I thought that's very kind. So he sort of spent 10 minutes chatting to us, and we did our Persuaders event together. And he did that for a few people he worked with before. He would take the time to sort of pop in and you know, rekindle old relationships. And I thought that was very, very nice for him to do that.
He was a good man. He really was. He was a nice man. He's a good man, and he was, you know, it's sort of he was a stunt man, and it came across. But he was a nice stunt man. He really was. But he could be firm. He could be quite firm. He wouldn't take nonsense, you know.
Imagine if you're directing TV, it's very fast paced. You've got to be quite sort of, you've got to know what you want. And of course, you got to be a bit regimental to get it is like commanding a war zone, isn't it?
I never wanted to direct, not television anyway. I thought, oh my God, you'd have to do it so quickly, and you have to do this and that and the other. No, it didn't grip me at all.
And I think Ray, because I think he worked with the actors in a stunt capacity, and was always kind of around actors and sort of both sides of the camera. He would occasionally do some small acting roles, a few in the Saint and the Avengers. So he kind of sort of knew both sides of it. So I think he was very much an actor's director. If that's my impression, anyway.
Yes, he was good. He was good as a director. Yeah, he was approachable, you know, which is good. For you to be able to talk to and discuss something, a bit of it, or lines, or moves or something. Yes, he was approachable. You occasionally get a director who just sits exactly with what he wants. But Ray wasn't like that. He listened, but he didn't put up with any rubbish or anything, you know.
And I imagine that he was somebody that never really lost his cool either. Even when it was quite difficult, I imagine he was always quite sort of, you know, collected as.
Oh yes. I never heard him really yell. Well, I didn't. I don't know whether he did at times. I mean, everybody can yell at some point, but no, I think he was firm. If it's something that he just, no, I'm sorry, no, we can't do it, no, or we haven't got time to do that or something. But that was all, you know, that was good. That's fine.
And even though he didn't have much stunt work with him, he was, of course, always very safety conscious when it came to the stunts, because I think some directors were so focused on the shots that sometimes people would get a bit hurt. But as far as I know, nobody ever got hurt when Ray was directing.
No, I wouldn't have thought they would, because he'd be very careful about that. You know, as I didn't have to do any stunts when he was directing me. Not even a little fight. I mean, that little fight. But he wasn't there. He wasn't. He'd written it. He wasn't there.
Yeah. And also, of course, he's quite a loyal person as well, in the respect that he would bring back actors from. And of course, when he did the new Avengers, he brought you into that series as well.
Yes,
so
he did. Yes,
he would always remember you.
Yeah. That, however, was it was a very thankless role, and I was between. I think I was going off to do some theatre, but not at that point. So it was a part that came up, and I said yes, but I didn't enjoy it. I mean, you know, he didn't really have to direct me very much, except in a few moves, because I didn't have very much to do, and I didn't get a chance to work with Patrick, whom I had worked with, of course, and I loved working with him, and I knew him too as a friend, so that would have been nice to have worked, but I didn't. I'm not sure I even met up with him. I might have once quickly. So for me, I did not enjoy that particular episode that I did. But you know, he directed well. It wasn't an awfully good script, actually.
The New Avengers had a lot of problems. It was because I think it was one of the must have been one of the first handful of episodes that they did. So I think they were very much sort of finding their feet, as probably with many shows, and yeah, perhaps it was showing at those later on. They got a bit of a rhythm to it, but and it's one of those shows that divides fans as well. So perhaps rightly so, it's not as highly regarded as the original show.
Yeah, no, I must admit, one of the few things I didn't enjoy working on that one. But you know, there we are. It was work. So
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Well, I think he had about sort of 50 or so credits on the Avengers from acting to stunts to second unit directing as well. So
did
I
he
can
start
understand
on the
why.
original Avengers right at the beginning? Was he a stuntman there, or arranging stunts?
He came in when Diana Rigg started. So the first black and white series with Diana.
Yeah.
And I think one of the first stunts he did, I remember him telling me it was falling. It was when Diana grabs this character that Ray's playing, well, not playing, but he's stunting for, and Diana throws him down to like a manhole, and a deceptively difficult stunt. It doesn't look it, but because it was such a small hole, and of course you had to fall on padding and stuff. It was potentially quite a dangerous one to start off with.
Yeah.
And then he progressed, you know, as the series went on.
Well, I must have worked then. I worked with in one of Honor Blackman's.
Yeah, you were the year before.
Which was before that, yeah.
Yeah. And that was the videotape days, and of course, by the time Ray was on it switched to
was it
film.
videotape when we did that?
Yeah.
Gee, I didn't remember that. I always thought it was filmed. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, and I think the stunt work would have been a lot easier with being a film series, because of course otherwise you running about
very
and
difficult. Yes.
yeah. And so I did meet Ray at the Chichester event, and he did a talk and a signing, and but very captivating. I remember the talk that he gave, and you know, it was a packed out auditorium, and he had everybody eating out the palm of his hand. He was a very good storyteller, and of course, no idea that later down the line he would, you know, he and I would connect. So it was quite interesting to have that connection, really. Do you have any other memories of Ray that you'd like to share before we?
I don't actually, because you know, working with him in the episodes and things, you didn't, unless it was someone you really knew well, you didn't really get the chance to, you know, build any sort of relationship, unless it was an actor you were working with or a director you worked with quite often. You know, ones who came and went and came and went, or just came and went and not. But even, you know, I did know him, and of course I met him there several times. But as a stuntman, of course, I didn't meet him very often. I had met him in that capacity. I'm sure I did, because I do tend to remember from there. But I don't remember much. I don't remember much about Randall and Hopkirk, because we were, you know, in it and then doing another part of a scene that we'd done previously, and we were, you know, there was an odd scene we had to redo, or you had to redo, or voicing something. There was always something. You were in and out, in and out. It became very confusing. And most of the actors, some I'd worked with before, or I worked with later, so I knew them. But a lot came in, and they've said to me, "Oh yes, we worked around in Hopkirk," and I go, "Oh yes, of course." I'm thinking, "Oh, what in? Where? What? Which one?" Yeah, it's a bit hard to keep the pace up. And then there were only a couple of others that I worked with Ray after that.
I think what's interesting, the Ray was always so sharp, and he would remember, almost everybody's name in an episode when we did an event for. And I think maybe to be a director or to be a continuity person, you have to be able to hold something in your head and a jigsaw, because of course it's not filmed in order. So I think you've got to have quite a sort of sharp mind to do that, and of course that carried on throughout.
Yes. Oh yes. I mean, I used to think, how do they do that? How do they plan this and do that? And then you've got the lighting people as well, talking with them, the photographers who have to do the filming of it. I don't know how they did it, so I never became interested in wanting to take that on. I did direct briefly a bit of theatre, but that was different. But television, no.
I suppose at least with a theatre show, you have a linear progression of it, so perhaps it's a bit sort of.
You're not placing cameras, and you're not doing this and moving people and moving something else. Yeah, no, it's a big deal. It is.
And having watched some of Ray's episodes again, how do you think they're well directed? Do you think there's
yes,
a good talent there?
Oh yes, I do. I think for the time, I think they were really well done, and the filming of them was lovely. Actually, the filming was good, the sound was good, and each one had a different. There as they went on a bit, and I saw it recently. There were some nice bits of comedy that came up. It was lovely. It really was. And I just wish I could have had a bit more, but they didn't write me. Well, that would have been defeating everything, I think, because the comedy was between the ghost, Marty, and Randall.
Yeah. I spoke to Robert Wagner last week for a little tribute to Ray, and Robert said that Ray had a very good gift for comedy. So I thought that's perhaps what that he, despite you'd think that Ray would be more of he was a very good action director,
yes.
but he preferred the episodes
with some humor,
and also the drama. He seemed to, when we did our events, he kind of would have a leaning towards those kind of episodes, and would find those perhaps more interesting.
The combination of the drama and the comedy.
Yeah.
Did he do Heart to Heart?
Yes, he did 6 episodes of Heart to Heart, and that's certainly, I think his skill for comedy and the drama really sort of helped that series, and he was in there at the very early days as well for a lot of them. So I think he helped shape, from what Robert was telling me, he sort of was helping to shape the show, as it went on.
Yes. Well, you can see, I think what he did in our episodes of 4 that I've seen. I must look at the others too. I just didn't have time, but there are bits of comedy in these that work very well.
I think one of the best episodes is When the Spirit Moves You, and that's where there's a character that's is a con artist, and he gets Mike in trouble. And when the con artist is also a drunk, and when he drinks a lot, he can see Marty, and there's lots of good comedy going on.
Oh yes,
that's particularly good.
I'm gradually going to work myself through all the episodes,
Yeah.
because it's I was in it for 26 episodes, 25 because I was out of one of them. And I I can't remember them, but except for the one, and I do not know what it's called. I think it was the final one or right towards the end, and I think Mike wrote it.
Right.
And he is is that the one that you were talking about just then? Is he he's motivated by something telling him to do this, and he's like a puppet, walks down the aisle and stands in front of the door, and he has to and he's got a voice going, knocks on the door. It was very funny. I mean, I had tears in that. It wasn't the last one, but it was. I'll have to look it up. Do you remember that one?
Just having a little look for it a second.
I think that Judith Arthey played my sister in it again, but I was there this time quite a bit. And it was either before who Evan had a
Well, the when the school
House on Haunted Hill was the one I wasn't in. I was ill. And it was, and then they brought Judy, I think probably Judith in again as my sister, and I think it might have been after that. And I can't remember the name of the episode, but I'll find it and I'll email you and let you.
Oh yes.
It's I loved that episode, and I don't know who directed it. I can't remember.
Well, the when the spirit moves you was Tony Williamson who did that one. I think Tony did a few roundels.
Oh, he did a few. I knew Tony. Yeah, he did a few, and he wrote them well. One of these was Tony. One of the ones I've talked about tonight was Tony Williamson.
Let's have a quick.
Maybe it's a girl. Well, he did write quite a few. So
just having a quick. He did Persuaders as well. Not yours, but he did one of those. So obviously he had a good skill. He did nine round on Hopkirks.
Yeah, I knew he did quite a lot.
Yeah. Yes, the House on Haunted Hill. We did that one. And yeah, I think he had a really good. I think Round the Hopkirk is one of those things that did lend itself to comedy because of the whole,
Well, it did, and then I have mentioned before that Mike and Kenny and I actually would get together sometimes after we'd finished shooting, and if we didn't have to rush home, we'd stay, and we'd talk about different things, and sometimes we'd talk about the direction that we would like to see the thing going, and they wanted to bring me into it more, and we all loved the idea of some comedy, because as you say, the whole theme of it just lent itself to comedy, and they did start, and Dennis Spooner loved the idea, and he started bringing it was Monty Berman who wanted to keep it straight. Maybe it was even Lou Grade who wanted it just to be more of the drama thing, but that was wrong. It was this touch of comedy in there that really made the series. Yes, so we used to talk about that, and gradually got little bits more of comedy come into it, lighten it up, and it was just perfect for that. And we had some wonderful actors came in throughout the series, different actors and character actors and things. So I'm looking forward to going through them again.
I think that's why these shows last, but in part is the people involved behind the camera, but also, the talent of the character actors and the guest stars. They elevate the episodes, don't they? So when you have people like David Jason coming in and etc.
Yes, absolutely. I got such a shock when I saw who the actor was, because none of us knew him.
No.
you know, and he was obviously hadn't made much of a mark at that time. He was starting in, you know. And but I remember as clear as anything that we were all furious about the way the director treated him and went on and on. I mean, it was ridiculous what he did. And the poor man was literally, I mean, practically in tears by the end of it. He was he was distraught. He really was. And then I saw David Jason come up in the thing. I thought, oh my God. Oh, I wonder if David remembers that scene.
I'm sure it stays with you. I'd imagine, and
sure
probably
it
helps
does.
to drive you to be successful as well. I think.
Yeah,
But,
it does. Anything like that that's not good, it does stay with you.
Yeah, and I got a feeling, because I think one of Ray's special qualities was that he always made you feel like you were the most important person. So
Yeah.
I have a feeling that would filter down to his directing. He would always make people comfortable, and there was nobody on that set, I imagine, that he didn't know either by name, or he
I'm
wouldn't
sure.
have thought anybody not important. Everybody
I'm
was
sure
that sort of a leader. Yeah.
Yeah, he was very attentive, and he would take time to listen to you. There were things that was good. That's always good in a director.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he, no, I thought he was good, and I would have liked to have worked with him more. I would have liked to have worked with him when I was doing even more things, you know.
And the final question: what do you think Ray's legacy is? You know, because of course he directed 200 episodes of television, both the UK and the US.
Right.
Stunt work, of course, a lot of it was groundbreaking in the Avengers. So I think he has quite a, you know, his works, I think, stands a test of time. And I think he's got quite a legacy, particularly in the UK television industry.
Yes, absolutely, because of that. But then, you know, I'm sure that he made a dent in America too. You know, he did. I was fascinated when I heard that he was working in America, and then I started to see some of the things that he'd done. You know, I looked it up, of course, and I thought, well, he's really done well. And then when he got in touch with me, you know, we kept up with them. We caught up a bit, so that was good.
Yeah.
And no, I think he hasn't, and he won't be forgotten.
There's always somewhere a TV station showing something he did.
Episodes of
Yeah.
He's in them, so
Yeah. Always be there. Yeah. Well, that's probably a lovely sentiment to end it. Thank you very much, Annette, for talking to me about Ray. It's been
well, it was
most
a
enjoyable.
pleasure to talk about him. It was a pleasure. I'm just sorry he's not still here. We could be talking.
I know. I do think about Ray often, because he was so integral to these silly events that I do, and we did 11 together. And if he hadn't been, he was one of those people that was around from the very start, a bit like yourself, you know, being very encouraging, and without people like Ray and yourself, I wouldn't still be doing it. I don't think 4 years later. So
have we been doing it that long?
yes.
Oh my God.
So it's your fault, it's Ray's fault, it's people, you know, that I'm still hassling people to give up their valuable time to talk to me. But yes, so I thought this was the least I could do, was to sort of do a little sort of tribute.
Oh yes,
really.
absolutely. I think it's lovely. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Annette. Enjoy the rest of your week, and I'll look forward to speaking to you soon.
I will. Thank you, Philip. Take care of your cold.
I will. Okay. See you later.
Okay.
Bye.
The first time I met Ray was in 1968. I was on a soundstage at Elstree Studios in North London, where they were shooting a TV series called The Avengers. Well, I was a novice on a film set. That is to say, I had never been on one before. I was 21 years old. And I was fully exposed as the girl who had been cast in the lead of that series, taking over from Diana Rigg. So put yourself in my shoes and imagine what it was like to suddenly see your knight in shining armor walking across soundstage 18 in your direction. Moments later, this soft, warm hand took my little hand and we introduced ourselves. Well, the smile, teeth, shining skin, fit, strong body, and the fun in the voice. Who is this hunk of heaven, I thought. It was the one and only Raymond Austin. So after talking quietly together for only 2 hours, Ray concluded the only thing I was lacking was the confidence to kick butt and be my whole unique self. A born actor, a natural Fatara king, and a success story in its nascence. He made me realize I just needed to believe in myself. One of the many gifts Ray was blessed with was the way he knew how to see a problem and fix it. As a director, he ran the set like a clock, not in a Swiss clock sort of way, rather by making clear to everyone involved what each scene was there for, what and why we were given that dialogue, and why and how any stunt would be incorporated so they blended seamlessly, action and words. Mostly, Ray made it all fun. He was relaxed, so we could relax and do the work he expected of us. His compact energy was profound. After many years of success in the UK, he then hit the ground running in Los Angeles and ended up directing marvelous television shows like Magnum P.I., Hawaii Five-0, and Heart to Heart. That was all before he finally set up a stylish and comfortable life with his wonderful wife, Wendy, at their beautiful home in Virginia, where he spent the last 30 years of his life. I visited them once around Christmas time. The fires were lit, the decorations were glorious, the food and wine flowed as the guests arrived for a sit-down dinner. He lived lavishly and like a lord. I have nothing but wonderful memories of Raymond. I was always a little bit in love with him and forever grateful for the guidance he gave me as a young actor, thrust onto the big stage in the most successful British TV series of all time. I couldn't have done it without him. Rest in peace, darling Ray. The memories of working with you will always keep the sun shining on my shoulder. His storybook Rags to Riches life should be given its own TV series. Oh, well, that's an excellent idea. Maybe we should call it A Ray of Sunshine.
Hi, Ray.
Hello. Hi, Philip. How are you?
I'm very good. You?
Yep. Okie dokie. Yes.
So first of all, Mark wanted to know, how did you get involved in the stunt business in the first place?
Well, we're going back to all the stuff which you all, you could have written this instead of me.
I could have probably, yes.
Well, I started in the stunt business, or got into the stunt business by accident, because in the army, well, before I went in the army, I was very good at gymnastics, physical training. And when I went into the army, after about 9 weeks in training, they found out that I was a very good gymnast. And my ACIG from the Army Physical Training Corps was a man called Tiger Mel Barnett, which was at that time the British champion weightlifter, but he was in the Army Physical Training Corps. And I was a bit of a Jack the Lad and a bit lippy, and didn't really want to go in to do national service. So when I had to go to the PT classes, I used to show off a little bit. And Tiger Mel Barnett kept me back. On one occasion, he said, Austin, stay back. And he dismissed the class, everybody went. And Mel Barnett came across to me, I was on one of the gym mats, coconut mats, and says, you think you're the cat's whiskers, don't you? So I said, no. He says, yes, you do. Yes, you do. He said, see that? He said, hit it. And I knew the thing for hitting a non-commissioned officer, you and go to prison for life. I said, no way. I said, I'm not going to do that. He said, no. He said, no charge or anything. He said, hit that. Go on, hit it. Come on, Jack the Lad, hit it. Well, the next thing I remember, he was patting my face on the floor, waking me up, because I had attempted to do it, but God, he whacked me and I went down. About 3 days later, I was sent for to go to the adjutant's office, billeted in Northwood on the Isle of Wight. We were stationed there, and I was sent to the adjutant's office. Well, when you're going in on a charge in the army, in the British Army, you take off your hat and your belt and you're marched in left, right, left, right, left, right to the adjutant, and the charge is read out. And Tiger Mel Barnett was there at the doorway. But they didn't take my hat off and they didn't take my belt off. They marched me in, and the adjutant said to me, I've been speaking to Tiger I.G. Barnett. He seems to think that you make a good physical training instructor. And I was transferred then to a regimental physical training instructor for the Royal Artillery through the Army Physical Training Corps. Hmm. And I worked my way up to a sergeant as physical training instructor. And it went very, very well. I represented the Army in 1951 at Woolwich in England against the world, and came 9th on the parallel and horizontal bar. And it was good for me. It taught me a lot of lessons, and I liked physical training stuff. Hmm. Well, then we go away and we come out. I could leave the Army. I go to Korea. I leave the Army when I came back, and now I'm going to get a job in Civvy Street. So I go to what was known then as the London County Council in Westminster, with all my certificates for gymnastics and one thing and another, medals, and want a job teaching PT in school. Hmm. So they looked at all the paraphernalia and thought it was marvelous, and said, what other subject you teach? So I said, what do you mean? So they said, well, we don't employ anyone for just PT. We do PT in arithmetic, PT in art, PT in English, PT in music. We don't employ a man just to do that. So I had no job. I mean, I couldn't get a job. The only job I got was at South Wimbledon at the Merton Boys Club, 7 and 6 an hour, 2 evenings a week. Hmm. And it's only 3 hours each evening. I mean, it was ridiculous. I had a great profession, but nowhere to use it. Nowhere to use it at all. And so I became a driver, and I met a fellow called Cary Grant, and I went to America and met all his buddies, including Paul Stader, who was Cary's stunt double. And in those days, the Stuntman's Association over here was just about to be formed. Hmm. You had to be a member of the Screen Actors Guild. Like in England now, you have to be a member of Equity to be a stuntman. So I was over there, and I had a small place on Malibu Beach. And I used to work out there, and I used to surf a heck of a lot. Hmm. And I knew Paul Stader. We used to surf sometimes. I hadn't thought about the stunt industry. And one day Paul came to me, he said, you want to do a stunt in a movie? So I said, yeah, because I knew it was hard to get in the stunt business, because it was a closed group of guys in those days, about 11, and that was it. And I said, yeah, why? So he said, well, I got a stunt that no one can do. I said, what's that? He said, well, it's a thing called Joe Dokes Behind the 8 Ball. It's a shorts that go in between movies, black and white short. Hmm. And Joe Dokes is a guy that everything goes wrong for. Hmm. You know, he said in this particular case, he gets on the horizontal bar, the parallel bar, and goes over in kip overs, over, lets go and goes flying into the audience. He said, well, I've got lots of guys who are sitting in the audience and let a ton of bricks fall on them. He said, but I don't have a stunt man who can do kip overs. And he said to Blake Edwards, who was directing, he said, I know this English guy, he's on the beach, he does them every morning outside before he surfs. So I went to the studio and I did the kip over, landed in the on top of the stuntmen, no problem at all. And one of the stuntmen there, his name was Charlie Orvat, a big Indian man, American Indian. He come over to me, he about 11 inches taller than me, and he looked down at me, he said, "You got to join our union." I said, "What?" He says, "You've got to join our union." I said, "Well, okay." I wanted to be in it. So I got a Screen Actors Guild card and I became a founder member of the Stuntman's Association. And now, all these years back, if you go online and find the honorary members list and photographs of the Stuntman's Association, I'm there, along with John Wayne and Lucille Ball, as a founder member of the Stuntman's Association. So that was my introduction into the stunt business. And I started doing stunts in America on Peter Gunn, Have Gun Will Travel, Highway Patrol. And then I came back to England because I had to come back because of family problems and one thing and another. And got into the doorway in England in the stunt business. And the rest is history.
Lovely. Was there any reason why you decided to go to America, Ray? Was it, did a friend say, "Oh, come over to America," or did you just...
Gary wanted me to go because I was looking after him. You know, I was sort of his man Friday, bodyguard, hang around and that sort of thing, looking after him. So that was my main reason for going. I mean, you know, he eventually, first of all, paid my fare over there when I first went.
Oh, wow.
And I was with him for a long time. And that's when I met, you know, RJ and all those people.
Yeah.
And Elizabeth Taylor and Mickey Rooney, all the crowd that Carrie knew and RJ knew. Suddenly I was entree to, you know. So I had a very lucky thing, and lucky that I was a physical guy, that I could get into this. And when I came back to England, it all clicked for me. First of all, as a stunt man, and then as a stunt coordinator, you know, because the first picture I coordinated completely on my own, I think was Saturday night and Sunday morning. And then Loneliness, a Long Distance Runner, which I played Billy Clay in that as well. And then Tom Jones. And I had Cleopatra. So I went up that ladder from there after Cleopatra. Most everybody wanted to be, and I was stunt coordinator at ATV in Bournemouth, MGM in Bournemouth, and ABPC in Bournemouth, all those studios, and Danziger's. I worked alongside at Danziger's with a very good stuntman called Paddy Ryan, who took me under his wing. And he was the stunt coordinator. I was his assistant at Danziger Studios. But I, you know, early on, as you know, I wanted to get out from behind the camera. I wanted to be behind the camera. I didn't want to be in front of it.
Yeah,
I knew that. I got the bug very early on that I wanted to write and direct very early on.
How did the Avengers enter your life? How did that come about?
Well, the Avengers made my life. I mean, I had a good life as a stuntman, but how long it would have lasted, I could probably have wound up now like you saw Rocky Taylor and everybody if I had stayed there. I mean, because the stuntmen in England have got no futures really. Sadly, their union is not that great, one thing or another.
Well, but I don't think you'd have wound up as bad as Rocky Taylor, but
no, maybe not. But I wanted very much, as I said, to get behind the camera. And I've been friends for a long time with a man called Brian Clements. And Brian Clements and I were like brothers, really. And Brian, I was doing a show at ABPC Studios at Bournemouth called Ghost Squad, later renamed GS5. And it was with Neil Hallett, Ray Barrett, Patricia Malt, and a couple of other nice nice actors. And I played again the same name, Billy Clay, in that, and I did the stunt coordinating. Brian was the script supervisor and the inventor of the show. Dennis Vance, I think, was the the director of most of the shows. And Brian liked all the stunts I did, one thing and another. And we used an actress on there, Katie Woodville. We used her in an episode. Well, Katie Woodville was the wife then of Patrick McNee. So, cut a long story short, Patrick is doing a show called The Avengers with Honor Blackman, black and white, in Teddington Lock. Catherine Woodville had told Patrick about me arranging the stunts, and then she thought I was very good at what I was doing. So Patrick mentioned my name then to the producers, which was Sidney Newman at Teddington Lock. Would I be interested in doing the Avengers? I said I would have been, but I couldn't because I was under contract to Brian. And I was also, at that same time, under contract to a show they were doing called Sergeant Cork, which was down there as well with John Barry and I can't remember his name now. Nice actor, very nice actor, good comedian as well. At any rate, I couldn't do it. So I said, no, I can't do it. So they went with Doug Robinson, who did Honor Blackman and Judo for the black and white series, which he was very good. Doug Robinson, I worked with him many times, and also I used him many times when I became a coordinator and as director. And his brother Joe I used. So I went away from it, and they continued on, as you know, black and white with Honor Blackman, and it ended, and Brian and Albert Fennell took over, and it was going into color. And excuse me, Brian at that stage said to me, he said, why don't you come and do this? So I said, well, I've got all these things. He said, the Avengers are going to be much better for you than this. It will be great for your career. So I more or less dumped everything else, went to the Avengers. At that time, I was doing Saints as well with Les Crawford, doing all the fights with Roger Moore, because Roger only used to like to fight with me. You know, I was the only actor that he would fight with, a stuntman. He always wanted Les Crawford, his double, to do the fights. But if the fight was with me, he always trusted me, and he did it with me. So Terry, I moved over and started the Avengers. And also at that stage, as history knows on the Guinness Book of Records, I brought Kung Fu to the screen. No one had heard of Kung Fu. No one had heard of it. And Albert and Brian said about the judo fights and that. I said, well, you've done the judo fights with honor. I said, they're pretty basic. I said, once you do about the first 9 or 10 judo moves, they're all repetitious. You know, they're the same throws, the same holds, the same locks. So I said, why don't we use something else? He said, well, give us an idea. I said, well, I want to do Kung Fu. They said, Kung what? Kung Fu. So they weren't sure about it. Anyway, I'd studied Kung Fu under Chi Su, a Chinese man who lived in Luton, in Dunstable. And I went over and saw him and told him the story. I said, will you come to the studio and demonstrate Kung Fu with me? So he said, okay. So he came to the studio. I demonstrated it with him, and they liked it very much. They could imagine Diana Rigg doing this in those cat suits, you know, incredible. And so then I had to find a double, and I went on the lookout, and I found Cyd Child at a judo school, and we taught her Kung Fu, and we were away with it. And the Kung Fu and my stunt coordinating was one of the biggest parts of the show, as you know, the fight sequence. Everybody loved the fight sequence. The narrative was always great, but everybody used to look forward to these fights, which I was doing with the Kung Fu. So that planted me strongly into the Avengers team. And there I stayed right the way through until Diana left. And well, I started directing before Diana left. But I eventually got the chance to direct second unit and go across. But I never got the chance to direct second unit from. I got the chance to direct second unit from the Avengers, and but writing, Dennis Spooner gave me and brought one of my first scripts for Randall and Hopkirk. And from then on, I just got so lucky, you know, that the Saint wanted me, and I got on to direct the Saint, and away I went. But came back for the New Avengers, which I was a great part of. You know, I produced the New Avengers in Canada and France. I didn't produce it in England. I directed it in England. So, you know, if it wasn't for Brian Clements and the Avengers, I wouldn't be sitting where I am now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He made it all work for me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Going back to Doug Robinson, I did meet Doug Robinson a few years before he passed away. Yeah, it's great. It was great chap.
Nice man, very nice man, gentle giant.
Yeah, you never got a chance to meet Joe.
Unfortunately, he made one movie, and he unfortunately was not a good actor. He made it with Diana Dawes. It was called Kid for a Farthing. And they used him because they brought over from America Prima Carnero, the wrestler.
Right.
And Joe was a wrestler in it, in love with Diana Dawes. And I mean, it's just, bless him, it didn't work. But he was a super guy. And so was Doug. Doug and Joe, both great people.
Yeah, definitely. So what are your memories of a usual day on the set of the Avengers? What would a typical day on the set be like?
Typical day on the set of the Avengers: arrive at the studio, go across the road for a bacon sandwich, a cup of tea, have that, then come across to the studio. And for me, it was making sure all my stunt people had arrived and going through the routines which I'd done for the day for that particular thing, and checking with the directors, no changes, because sometimes the fights used to suffer. If the director had gone a bit over time on certain scenes, got in love with a scene, and it had gone a minute and a half instead of a minute, he was inclined, they were inclined to say, well, cut the fight down, you know, and keep the dialogue. So I always used to have to check that I'd time my fights out, because in my script and the way I worked it with the directors, Roy Wall Baker and Sidney Hares and all these people, Charlie Crichton, great directors, they would say to me, right, well, you got the fight on the stairs with Diana and the two thugs. Give me a minute 25. Or, you know, you got a car chase and so and so and so and so. Give me 2 minutes and a quarter for a car chase to the end. So I had to make sure all my timings were right for all that. Then check with my stunt people that they were all clued up, ready to do it. And we'd do a final rehearsal. Not like rehearsals, you can't rehearse stunts. We used to go through the moves, but never go full out, you know, because you get hurt going full out and you can't do the stunt when the time comes to do the picture. So we used to walk through the moves or do it with model cars if it was car chases. We'd all have our model car and say where we would be, where we wouldn't be, how it would be, how fast we were going. So go through all that stuff and then away to the location and do the stunts. Then come back to the studio if not, or sometimes I used to have to go back lunchtime to see dailies of the stuff before to make sure everything was all right on the fight sequences, if it was a day when there were fight sequences. You know, so it was a very busy day. Very busy.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
And also a lot of responsibility of the arguments, like the Rocky Taker argument the other day, money. You know, I get back there and we'll find out we've done it and that, and someone was saying, yeah, but listen, I did really bang my shoulder up bad. Do you think I get a bump up for that, another 50 quid for that? And I'm in the guys in the position saying, no, I can't afford that, because I had a budget I had to keep to as a stunt coordinator, you know. And always something like that. Or the car rolled twice. I didn't intend it to roll twice. It's worth another 100. No, it's not worth another 100. And all that used to go on. Sometimes I used to pay out, sometimes I didn't. Yeah. Because I was responsible after that to the production manager, the production accountant, you know, whoever they were on the show. I would then go to him my budget and show him what I paid out to people. And if I paid out too much, I used to get it in the neck, you know. So there's a lot of responsibility with it.
I assume the stunts were, there was a certain price for a certain type of stunt, and it was all tiered.
Yeah, but they always vary, Philip, because
yeah,
things go wrong. I mean, as Rocky was saying the other day, he did that fight on the table for me with a knife that shouldn't have been on the set and split his arm wide open. I mean, a very bad cut.
Yeah.
And he carried on fighting until he had to stop because the blood was everywhere.
Yeah.
So I did do a bump up on that, you know, definitely 100%.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I still don't know to this day how that real sharp knife got on the set. No one knows that to this day.
Yeah. Yes, I imagine those things happen far too frequently.
Well, you know, for the close-ups when Cyd or anyone's using the knife, it's the real thing.
Yeah.
Once you start with the stuntman working and trying the knife and cutting around, you change the knife to it's either an aluminium or a wooden one or a knife that's been blunted right the way down.
Yeah, yeah.
So those two got mixed up somehow or the other, and Rocky suffered for it, bless him.
Yeah. Mark, so you clearly love working with Patrick Macnee. Do you have a particular favourite memory or two of working with Macnee on the Avengers?
Oh, every day was good with Patrick. I mean, he was a dream of a man to work with. I mean, when I was a stuntman and especially as a director. I mean, when I became a director, he was more pleased for me than I was pleased for me. I mean, he heard that I was doing second unit, and he wasn't in the stuff out in second unit, but he was so pleased I was doing it. And then when I went off to direct a Full Saint, he came on the set while I was shooting with Roger, and they were joking around, you know, about Roger wasn't going to do this, I'm not going to do that and that. And they were giggling and having a lot of fun with me and were giving me a bad time. But he was so pleased for me at that stage, Patrick. I mean, Patrick was a gentleman. He really was a gentleman. No matter what you ask him to do, he would do. And he was also very supportive of other actors that came on. Always, you know, like RJ and I were saying the other day, good morning, how are you, welcome, and all that, enjoy, well, you got tea and one thing. It's so nice, so nice. So nice.
And did you enjoy working with Diana Rigg and Linda Thorson?
Oh yeah, very much, very much. Linda and Diana. Diana, I mean, I got at a very young age, 20, just over 20 she was or something then. And I was the only person she really knew. I mean, I was introduced to her when we did the test. She was tested acting wise, and she'd gone with flying colors. But then the big test came with Albert, and Brian said, right, take her away and see if you can get her to do this, to fight. And at that time, I hadn't come up with the Kung Fu, so I had to be judo. And it was my say-so that if she was going to be able to handle the action. You know, I don't think it would have made a difference. I don't think she'd have lost the job if she couldn't handle the action, because we'd have doubled her more than we did. And she'd have still done it because she was a very good actress. But she had flying colors, and we got on like a house on fire. And it got to the stage very early on where I was the only person really that she knew and spent a lot of time with. Because if she wasn't rehearsing her lines or in makeup or hairdressing, she never spent time on the set sitting around. She'd always want to rehearse our fights and things like that. So off we go to a rehearsal room and work out. So we became very close on that side, that when she had problems, she would come to me saying, I don't know anyone here, I'm on my own. And then when the show aired and she learned to do the Kung Fu and that, it all went haywire because suddenly she became a sex symbol. And she couldn't take that. She really didn't like it. She was out of her depth completely with the letters she was getting and anonymous letters she was getting, and the way people were talking about her as a sex person. You know, and she was really upset about it. And she talked to me on 2 or 3 occasions saying, you know, she hated it. She really hated it. And she fought against anything sexual, with clothes being undone and buttons showing cleavage. She went against that completely. Not that she needed it, because she's a very beautiful woman.
Yeah, yeah.
But she was very insecure about this being a sex symbol thing. That's why she really didn't want to carry on. And also she loved her theatre.
Yeah,
she really loved theatre.
Yeah,
really did.
Yeah.
And now Linda was the opposite. Linda had a bad time, because it wasn't a bad time really, but what I'm saying is she had to step into Diana Rigg's footsteps, which isn't easy on any show. Any actor that comes in replacing someone is always looked at and judged by that other person's performance.
Yeah.
So Linda's coming in and having to stand up and be recognized against Emma Peel, and this is going to be Tara King. So she had a heck of a tough time, which she did. She walked it. I mean, the fight sequences she was bloody marvelous at. I did very little things with fight, because I'd already changed over to director, and Joe Dunn was doing the fight sequences under me, obviously, but I was the director. I was one of the first or second directors to direct Linda. And she did wonderful. And all the way through, she did great. And anytime when I directed her, she was as good as gold. No problem at all. And I watched her career. No, she had a tough job coming and taking over from Rigg, but she did it and she walked it. And I used her outside of that as well. As RJ and I were saying the other day, we took her to Amsterdam on Lime Street as well. And Patrick got on very well with her. Oh, and all the crew loved her. She was good, but she was more of a mixer than Diana. She would come down on set and have a laugh for one thing or another. And with Roger on from the other set as well. I mean, I don't think she was at all nervous. I think she was very careful of the way she behaved on the first couple of shows, but she soon found her feet and she gave as good as she got.
Yeah.
We had a show. I can't remember how it came about, but the scene is that Linda has to come into a basement and open a coffin because the body has gone missing. So the narrative of the story is this body goes missing. I think that was it. So she has to creep down into this very eerie, creepy basement and lift the lid of the coffin. So it's missing. I know what. Boom, up the stairs the way she goes to find Cyd and tell him. Well, we're going to do the shot just before lunch. And the bell goes because we can't go over, because if you go over lunch, you're going to a time and a half. So everybody breaks for lunch. So we all go to lunch, our lunch, come back, makeup, hairdressing, checkups, go on the set. Right, we're going to go. So we're going, Roy Wall Baker was directing, and Linda comes all the way down the stairs, creeps in, the lighting's low. Frankie, Alan Humer got the lighting very creepy and that. She goes over to the coffin and she pushes the lid aside, and fucking Roger Moore sits up. He goes, yeah! And Linda nearly died. He'd been lying in that coffin nearly all lunchtime to play this joke. He waited for her to go to lunch. Then he got in the bloody coffin and waited all that time. And all of us on the set, we all jumped out of our skin. I mean, the bastard. But it was so funny. But she would join in on that. And I said, that happened to Diana Rigg. Diana would have laughed and thought it funny, but that would have been the end of it. Joke over.
Yeah.
And she's a very serious lady. And a good actress.
Yeah, yeah. So then you went on to direct the Avengers, all Demo Mirrors being because you came in and rescued Have Guns with Haggle, Guns with Haggle. So that obviously led to you getting all Demo Mirrors, I take it.
Yeah, no, I was booked before that. I was booked anyway, because if Brian and Melbert hadn't got me on that, the Saint were going to take me up straight away. And so I think it was the one with Alexander Bastido and
Champions.
Champions had me under wanting to put me under contract. So I'd already got 2 commissions from Avengers anyway, but that, you're right, but that was the first one. I patched up that one, the one where they changed wigs on the shelf and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first one. Then All Done with Mirrors, which was a fun one. And then, you know, it was crazy because I stayed on with the Avengers, and then I was getting picked up all over the place. I was just a very lucky man. My name got to people, and people first of all said, "Ray, it'd be a stuntman," you know, and no one had ever heard of a stuntman becoming a writer or a director.
No.
And suddenly, you know, my agent, Roger Hancock, in those days, had got bookings for me from all around England on different shows. You know, Black Beauty. I won the festival with Black Beauty, the Cannes Film Festival thing with it. No, it just went on and on. I was very lucky.
The next question was about this transition from England to America, and it was Target, wasn't it? The New Avengers.
Targets, yeah. We did Target. We run Targets, didn't we?
We did indeed, yes.
Yeah, Targets, it was the episode that did it, absolutely. You know, but at that time I was doing New Avengers, and we had a break. So Patrick, Brian and I went over. Well, Brian had got an inquiry from Quinn Martin, because Quinn Martin wanted to do the Avengers. You know, he did Barnaby Jones, Crazy Like a Fox, and all those top shows, Quinn Martin. And he sent a message to Brian, would he come over and talk about the Avengers? So Brian said, yes. Oh, and bring a couple of shows. And Brian said yes. And Brian told me he's going over and he was going to go and spend 2 or 3 days with Patrick as well. Did I want to go with him? So I said, okay, yeah, I'll go, because I haven't been over to America for quite a while. And I knew Patrick and I would have fun at the house. So we went over, stayed in Patrick for a day. Then we drove up. I drove up because I knew the way up to Los Angeles. We went to Quinn Martin, and Brian ran, which I didn't know, that he'd taken Targets. He ran Targets for him. After they run it in the theatre there, Quinn Martin said he liked the show very much. He said, who directed that show? Brian said, Ray Austin. He said, he's outside in the waiting room. He came up over from England with me. He said, oh, I want to meet him. So I met Quinn Martin. Quinn Martin said, listen, do you want to come work here? He said, do a Barnaby Jones and come and work in this country. And that was the start of it. From there, they introduced me to an agent, a man called Ronnie Leaf. And I also a manager, David Licht, who I still have his son. Roger Licht looks after me. And well, you told the story, but I may as well tell it again because it may be useful to Mark. I don't know.
Yeah.
But so Brian and I left, came back home, and we were setting up for the professionals, and with Colin, oh God, Martin Shaw and
Lewis
Collins. Sadly, he's not with us anymore. So I went back immediately onto that, and immediately Paul Knight and Sydney, I can't remember his name, he was the president of the ACTT at that stage, grabbed me to do Black Beauty again. To do Black Beauty, and Bob Baker was going to do the Return of the Saint with Ian Ogilvy, and he asked me to shoot the pilot. Which I did. I shot the pilot, and I had a contract to do 3 more shows with that. I had a contract with Black Beauty, and I had a contract with Albert and Brian with the professionals. And I'm working away, and I go home and lived in Windsor, and the phone rings, and this voice says to me, "Hi." I said, "Hi." he said, it's Ronnie. So I said, Ronnie what? He said, Ronnie Leaf. He said, your agent. He said, you got a pen, a paper, pencil, anything? So I said, yeah, but wait a minute, what is this about? He said, I've got some bookings for you. And he started, he said, I want you to fly out 2 weeks to Hawaii to shoot Hawaii 5-0. He says, then go back from Hawaii to LA to shoot a pilot for Sword of Justice with Dak Rumbo, a Glenn Larson production for Universal, a 2-hour pilot. After that, he said, Barnaby Jones wants you, and Crazy Like a Fox wants you. At 10 rate, he said, I've got 11 hours. I said, wait a minute. I said, Ronnie, I said, I've got contracts here. I can't do this. He said, what do you mean you can't do this? He said, I've never got 11 hours for an unknown director in America in my life. He says, you better do it. I said, well, I can't. I said, I'll get back to you. He said, you get back to me fast. And that started it. I went to, first thing I did was went to see Bob Baker. No, the first thing I did was call Brian Clements and told him the story. Brian said to me, listen, there's no contest. He said, you've got to do it. He said, you've got to go. He said, we can get another director here. He said, don't worry. He said, you got to go. So I went to Bob Baker. Bob said, my thought is that you've got to do it. He said, but let's check with Roger, because Roger was a producer on The Assaint as well. Roger was told, Roger found me on the Avengers set and came and found me. He said, go. He said, you're crazy not to go. Then I called Paul Knight, Sidney Cole, Black Beauty, and they as well said, you're crazy not to go. So in 7 days, I was on an airplane to Hawaii. And that was it. From then on, touch wood. Well, I don't need to touch wood now so much, but I never stopped. I've been a lucky fellow, you know, shot 300 hours of television.
Yeah.
I never, ever stops. I always worked all the way through, and came back to England many times and shot pilots for people and shows, and especially came back 2 or 3 times with American companies and shot English pilots. You know, I'm very, 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 very lucky. Very lucky.
Oh yeah.
Last time England brought me back was to reshoot or try to start up The Professionals again. So I went to England and shot, and South Africa and shot for them. So I was very lucky. That jump in the fence made it all work for me. Like indeed earlier, Dennis Spooner, you know, and Brian, when I wanted to write, you know, write scripts. They backed me fully. But my name just clicked. I was just so lucky.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. You mentioned Brian showing episodes of the Avengers to Quinn Martin. Was that just because they were friends, or was it wanting to get funding?
No. Quinn Martin had seen and heard about the Avengers.
Heard about it.
Remember, the Avengers was the first network show, nationwide network show America ever did.
Yeah. I
mean, you know, no other show had made it syndicated America totally. The Avengers was the first one. And we had trouble at the beginning because they said it was too violent and one thing and another, which it was not. It was tongue in cheek. But they run it. And Quinn Martin had seen it. He wanted to do it. And sure enough, they did it with actor Fine. What's his name?
Ray Fiennes.
Ray Fiennes, they did it. It was a disaster. It didn't work.
Yeah, because that was a 1998 that Capcom came out, so he had an interest with it.
Yeah, but he tried to get it away. He wanted to do it as a series, but Brian and Albert wouldn't let it go. They wanted to control part of it, but Quinn Martin wouldn't stand it.
Right.
Quinn Martin wanted it entirely.
Yeah.
You know, and Brian and Albert would not let it go entirely. They would not let it go straight out as a franchise.
Yeah,
they just wouldn't let it go, and they were right, because Americans change things around so much and make it also different. It wouldn't have been like the Avengers.
No,
would not been like it at all without Brian and Albert at the head, or at least Brian and Laurie Johnson. You know, Laurie Johnson was a big part of that show. Although he was the composer, his music was great on that show. I mean,
Yeah.
it really carried you along and carried you through the scenes. It didn't interrupt the dialogue. It was good music. And a talented man, all talented people. And those talented people needed to stay with the Avengers for it to stay the Avengers.
Well, yeah. I mean, the first thing. I mean, I'm no producer or anything, but I know if I wanted to make the Avengers, and I could go back in time and all that, the first thing you do is you hire Brian Clemens, Albert Fennell, Laurie Johnson, and yourself to direct it. So
Yeah.
Quinn Martin, who had the resources, unfortunately didn't see it that way. But you know.
No, but he had me because he kept telling me when I was working for him on Barnaby Jones, you know, we're going to do the Avengers and we'll get you to shoot the pilot. Yeah. But I knew that Albert and Brian were not going to back off. I knew it.
Yeah.
And they didn't, you know, they carried on the way they wanted to carry on, and it died. And they couldn't pick up the franchise because Sidney Newman, bear in mind, still had part control over that. No artistic control anymore, but he had a monetary control, I think. I mean, you know, because Sidney Newman, you know, a bright man, and you know, Doctor Who. I mean, Christ, that's still going.
Yeah.
Sidney was the one who created that, and it's still going now. I mean, a very clever man.
Oh yeah.
But no, it would have gone over there, but it didn't. That, and you know, and thanks to Brian and Albert, we survived the New Avengers as long as we did, because we had such problems with that. We lost the money. We run out of money.
Yeah.
France disappeared on us. Rudolph Roffey disappeared with the money. We were stuck in France. Can't pay actors.
Yeah.
Can't pay anyone. And I was a producer at that stage as well. And not biting our fingernails. Where did we get the next money for lunch break? You know, for the crew. And then Roffey appeared again with more money.
Yeah.
But it was a frightening time. Time.
Oh, yeah, it sounds it. The last question that Mark had was essentially about the Avengers legacies. I mean, are you amazed that 60 years on we're sitting here talking about it? What for you makes the Avengers so noteworthy today? Why are we still talking about it?
It hasn't aged, for a start. It was shot. We shot it so nicely that it stays up to modern photography. And the narrative, the stories of Brian's and Dennis Spooner's and those people, they were all original stories. They will live on forever, those plots. Yeah. You can bend and twist those plots and they will go on forever. The art is in getting good actors, good character actors, and casting it right. And all those shows, they were cast beautifully. They weren't all cast for pretty girls, TNA, you know, as we say in the business, tits and ass. I mean, they weren't that. We use character actors. We use character actresses as well. And that makes so much difference to a story. Well, for me as a director, it does, when you've got the real people and you're not trying to get a 16 or 18, 20-year-old beautiful young girl to start playing a brain surgeon, you know, which we do here in America. With long hair flowing down her back over the operating table. I mean, in England, we cast characters and we make them, you know, real, like the people you see in the street. And that makes a bigger difference to the Avengers. That's why it stands up when you watch those shows. They haven't aged. They're good. The stories are good. Everything was good about it. I mean, and that they stand up today, and they will always stand up, I think. And the one thing that is out there, which, as Honor said on that BAFTA thing you sent me, is the thing I've always said. Brian Clemens changed the role for women in the world of television and film. He was the first one to give women a voice and let them be the boss. Let them be the one that confronts everybody else. He did it with honor. He did it with all of them. And then on, it started to spread around the world a little. But if you look at the Avengers, those Avengers ladies, Linda, Joanne, and Diana, they really kicked ass, and they were the bosses. That they showed Steve the way in many occasions. They led the narrative, as opposed to always going to the man, i.e. the saint. Anything on the saint, Roger would have a beautiful guest star, but he was the one who solved it. He was the one who had to go forward. He was the one who faced the danger. Brian took this away from people and let the women have it. And he did it incredibly brave. And Albert backed him on it. And the ladies became the muscle of the show. And that was it. They became the muscle of the show. And things came out of that, you know, like Charlie's Angels and things like that. But Charlie's Angels didn't have the characterization which Brian gave his leading ladies, like Emma Peel, Tara King, Purdy. You know, Brian put them up there on their own pedestal, and they stayed there. And they stay there today. If you watch any of those shows, like the ones you sent me, the women really saved the day. And Patrick will umbrella a little bit here and there and have a little trip over on one thing or another. But the girls are the one who get in there, and they come up with the ideas sometimes in the show and solve things. And Patrick gets onto it, or Steve gets onto it, as opposed to the other way around. I mean, a lot of people don't notice that. Well, they don't realize what I'm talking about. They don't realize it until you analyze it. You know, because before then, if you think, women were always in the background. Always the feminine, always the ones that were delicate, look after and that, unless you're going to kidnap them or something in a script. But they were always the one drifting in the background. Brian brought all of those four ladies to the front. And because of that, the whole premise of television and women changed. And it's still the same today, thanks to Brian.
And having Patrick as the backbone of the show, and because obviously they changed the female lead, and you could think, well, who could you today cast as you know, the female Avenger? But I think you'd find it very difficult to who would play Patrick's role. It's very he would be the really unreplaceable one. I think probably because he was so ingrained in that show.
Well, I think the only one that could have played Patrick's role, if Patrick turned it down, was Roger Moore.
Roger could have done it.
But Roger's the Saint. And I think likewise, Patrick could have done the Saint.
They were, and they worked beautifully in A View to a Kill together when they had those scenes in that Bond film. But nobody alive today, I think, that I could, you know, I'd never say that. No, I couldn't think of anybody to play Patrick.
No, he was definitely made to be John Steed, made to be John Steed. And you couldn't wish for anyone better to do it than he.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I think Mark will really love all that. I think we've got some great stuff for him. So yeah, thanks very much, Ray, for doing that. I was curious, just for myself, Ray.
Incidentally, for Mark,
yes.
While I think of it, I want to say also that I think it's great that we've got writers like him and the proofers that are keeping this historical record of such an important, entertaining show as the Avengers. And I think it's damn good that they put the books together, and so that we've got a record. And I know I'm glad that I've got a record for my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, of these things I did and I was connected with. And I think it's important that people carry on that tradition. I'm glad that these guys really are out there looking out for us.
One of the main driving forces behind the books as well is a guy called Dave Rogers, and I think he co-wrote Patrick's a couple of Avengers books that Patrick and he was involved with, and loads of books, you know, tie-ins with the Avengers, and he's been a driving force for decades and involved with this project as well.
Well, I take my hat off to Rogers for doing it and keeping the Avengers alive, because they are alive.
Mm. Oh yeah, yeah.
You were going to ask me something else.
When we were speaking with Robert, you were alluding to your relationship with Cary Grant, and perhaps it destabilized towards the end of, perhaps in later years. I'd never obviously asked you this on an event, but I don't know if it's too personal for me to ask.
Well, at that time, he just separated from Betsy Drake.
Yeah.
And I had an affair and fell in love with Betsy Drake.
Ah. Well.
And although they were separated, Cary really didn't like the fact that I was having an affair for a long time with his wife, his ex-wife, but they're still married.
Yeah.
And also at the same time, I was not a very nice person. I was having an affair with his niece, Deanie Merrill.
Right.
So Cary and I fell out, and quite rightly, he gave me the cold shoulder from then on.
Right.
He didn't want to know about me, and as I say, I dumped on him.
Yeah.
And that was a thing, but he was part of my life. So I can't get away from the fact that he did great things, me knowing him,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Great things. Otherwise, I'd have never gone to America and stuck it out there. But from the time that I came unstuck, and it was found out, the woman reporter called Luella Parsons splashed it all over the paper out there one morning and announced that Cary Grant's Man Friday was having an affair with Betsy Drake.
Well, that's nice.
The shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't put my head out the door for press.
Ah.
It was not for good at all.
No.
Not good at all.
Because how did you first meet Cary? What was your first encounter with him?
First encounter with Cary was that in outside, just before you got to the Dorchester from the Piccadilly end, from the Green Park end. If you walk up towards the Dorchester, up Park Lane,
yeah,
it used to be a little coffee bar on the right, just before the Dorchester. It was one of the first places that served frothy coffee, espresso type coffee. And I went in there. I was driving in the West End, and I went in there and sat down for some coffee. And Cary Grant was in there. He came in for coffee, and he was sitting inside by the window. And there was 3 guys in there who were giving him a bad time. They knew who he was, and they were taking the piss and one thing and another, and about money and all this and all that, one thing and another on. And Cary had enough of it and started to go out, and they followed him out. So I, being me who I was, I followed them out as well. And one of them grabbed his arm, but before he could do anything, I decked him. Cary Grant and I were good as gold from then on. But I don't ever get into that. Stories which don't need to be told.
Oh yeah, yeah. Still a fascinating start to a beautiful relationship, So. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But I got lucky. I got lucky. I mean, because I've been to America before I met Cary. I went there on R&R back from Korea.
Oh, by the way, that Avengers event that was happening in London that we talked about a while ago, they've had to cancel that, unfortunately, because they couldn't get enough people to attend, either like yourself, too far away, or they wanted perhaps too much money, or they're dead.
Yeah. Well, also they were doing it on a shoestring. They weren't prepared to help anybody come across. I mean, when I did Chichester University, they paid for Wendy and I to come across.
Oh yeah. I think it's nice thing about a university, they've got so much money potentially in their budget, and of course any independent events it's, you know, it's
You see,
generally they want to
that
be.
was an eye opener as well, because when I did that, Wendy and I went across for that, and I was key speaker. There, Brian Clemens was there, Linda Thorson was there, Johnny Huff.
Yeah.
But when I went into the auditorium,
Hmm.
walking to the auditorium from the green room, I said to Wendy, and I said it to her on the plane before, I said, you know, we're going to go into a room. I said, well, we've got a lot of old fogies. I said, you know, and I've got to make sure that they know what I'm talking about. And that was it. So when we walked in through the understage part, we came out under the seats onto the stage.
Yeah.
There was, I think it was 380 people, and they were all youngsters.
And I was there as well. Yeah,
Was you there?
I took my dad. Yeah, me and my dad went. Yeah.
They knew more about the Avengers and about me than I knew.
Yeah.
Because I expected all these old fogies there who only knew the Avengers, but I was so surprised of how many was there. So you were there when I did my speech in that on the stage with the sword fighting and all that.
I was indeed.
Telling the story about the Doctor.
Yeah. I was there. Yeah.
And Brian Clemens, when he went on after me, he said, Ray Austin's a hard act to follow.
Yeah.
He was very good, Brian.
Because they recorded, I think, most of that weekend.
It was badly done. They were on static cameras.
Yeah, I've never seen any of the footage, but they did apparently put it on some of the Australian Blu-ray sets. They must have sold the rights.
All the cameras were static, and I mean, when we're sitting on that couch talking, they have to keep trying to tip up onto the screen of what's being shown, and you're either cutting through there. It was ridiculous that they had 3 or 4 camera people there. Why they didn't let them have a handheld camera, I have no idea.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
You know, they could have done it so easy and made it so much better.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, that I was, and Wendy, we were so surprised that look up this sea of young faces. I just couldn't believe there'd be so many people there for a start.
Yeah. And
the fact that they would be so young. It really was, because a couple of times when I was telling a story or saying something, I'd say, and that episode, I can't remember the name of it. Someone shouts out the name of the episode, or they shout out the name of the actor, which made me feel so good, you know, that they were that keen and that interested to have listened to it all that time.
Yeah.
It was very good, very good. And then I presented that comedian, the guy with the dogs home with the prize.
Oh, yeah, Paul O'Grady.
Paul O'Grady with the book that everybody signed. And that's the first time I met him. He was a very nice man. Okay, my friend.
Okay, great. Lovely talking to you as always, Ray.
Okay, then. All right, my friend. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, we'll do. Take care, Ray.
Okay, bye now.
Bye.